stream. All right, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us, those of you here in the room and online, and thanks for your patience while we worked out a few final kinks for our hybrid setup here. So my name is Dylan Chappell, and I am the Environmental Program Manager of the Adaptive Management Unit here at the Stewardship Council. So on behalf of the council, we'd like to welcome you today to our headquarters in Sacramento. We have an exciting set of talks and panels lined up for you today. Really looking forward to showcasing a lot of the great work that's been going on with adaptive management. And right off the bat, I also just want to acknowledge that, of course, we are ending up adaptively managing our setup here, as we are, certainly not alone, I'm sure, in this room and being impacted by the federal shutdown. And so if you're looking around the room, you may notice, for example, our Delta lead scientist, Lisa Marie Myers, who is an USGS employee, will not be here. And so we've made some adjustments to the agenda on the fly to account for this. We really thank everybody who has stepped in to help us backfill some of these changes. But also just want to acknowledge that in general, also a good amount of folks who are registered are federal employees. We hope to have them all back in the room ASAP, and adaptation is the name of the game here. We're really looking forward to hearing from the range of presenters today. Because we got a little bit of a late start, we will just go ahead and roll right into things. To get us started, I would like to welcome up the Executive Officer of the Delta Stewardship Council, Jessica Pearson, who will kick us off with some opening remarks.
Thank you, Dylan, and welcome. On behalf of the Delta Stewardship Council, I am so happy to have you here for our 4th Delta Adaptive Management Forum. Thank you so much for coming. Really appreciate it. I'm the Executive Officer, Jessica Pearson, here at the Delta Stewardship Council. This is a position that I've held since 2014. Our Delta Science program hosts this forum every 2 years, and our goal really is to build community capacity for more effective adaptive management. And why do we do that? We do that to meet the state's goals for the Delta, and really to provide a space to share what we're all learning in our application of adaptive management across the system. So I'm really pleased by the high registration numbers this year. It's great to see so much interest in this topic. It's increasing year over year. And adaptive management is really at the heart of what we do at the council. And this is not by accident. So transport yourselves back to 2008. The state federal CalFed program was under scrutiny by the state Little Hoover Commission. And the governor had just convened, Governor Schwarzenegger, a blue ribbon task force called Delta Vision. Anyone here remember Delta Vision, or maybe even participate in that process? 2008, where does the time go, right? So the Delta Vision was charged by the legislature with creating a plan that would address conflicts between California's water supply and the Delta's ecological health. So creating the 2 co-equal goals for the Delta that we really live by today. And in their strategic plan, the Delta Vision Task Force recognized that we didn't have all the answers to fixing the Delta, and they very intentionally centered the need for a learning by doing approach in tackling our hard-to-solve problems in the Delta. So one quote from that strategic plan, if you'll allow me: "Any new governance structure must be capable of making and implementing sound policies in a world of competing stakeholders, climate change, new invasive species, and the potential for catastrophic levee failures. The governance structure, advised by evolving scientific understanding of the Delta, must be capable of learning and adapting in difficult circumstances of high risk and high importance to society." And for those of you who may have had the pleasure of working with Phil Eisenberg and some of the other members of that task force, you can hear his voice, I think, come across in that statement. So the year after adaptive management was called for by the Delta Vision Blue Ribbon Task Force, I had the unique experience of living through an unprecedented 2009 legislative special session, which was focused on water policy. And I think to the surprise of pretty much everyone involved in those negotiations, the bulk of the work of the task force was actually adopted into law, resulting in the Delta Reform Act. And so the law defined adaptive management in statute. And that was, I think, a watershed moment where adaptive management was truly elevated in shaping the way that we were going to manage the Delta going forward. The Delta Reform Act also created the council and charged it with developing a Delta plan, and that Delta plan has to be reviewed every 5 years. It also required that our plan embed adaptive management as a guiding strategy and double down even further by creating the Delta Independent Science Board, whose core mission is to provide oversight of the scientific programs that support adaptive management in the Delta. So adaptive management was effectively woven throughout the new governance path that was charted by the Delta Vision. So because of the legislature's direction on adaptive management and Delta planning, we have the 9-step adaptive management wheel, which we have miniaturized and put in adhesive form for your enjoyment. You can stick it on your laptop, your water bottle, pass it out to friends. A lot of effort to create this concise wheel. And hopefully many of you have come to know it and maybe come to love it. So we have an enforceable regulation in the Delta Plan as well that water and environmental projects must produce an adaptive management plan in order to show consistency with the Delta Plan. And 18 or so years later, I dare say we have reached a new era of adaptive management in the system. We've moved from abstract statutory language and planning to the implementation of large-scale, on-the-ground projects, and we are learning from them. So we're seeing meaningful progress, which we could have only dreamed about, I think, when the task force published that strategic plan for the Delta. And since 2007, more than 12,000 acres of habitat have been restored in the Delta and Sassoon Marsh, including projects like Dutch Slough, Thule Red, and Lookout Slough, with plenty more on the way. I asked staff, and prior to 2007, we had restored about 186 acres of tidal wetlands in the Delta. So we really have come far. In addition, projects have now been around long enough that we have actionable data to do adaptive management and make it a reality. Since the Delta Plan was adopted in 2013, adaptive management plans have been submitted from more than 40 ecosystem and water management projects submitted to the council. And those of you joining us on our Lookout Slough tour tomorrow will get to see and hear more about firsthand experiences from that project. So as you're going to hear throughout today, implementing adaptive management is easier said than done. Even with a strong scientific basis, projects inevitably face challenges. And while that can be discouraging, this forum is really going to highlight examples of how people in the field are navigating those challenges to find success in their programs. And regardless of how challenging it can be, we really don't have a choice, in my view, because the alternative to adaptive management is arguably what got us to a state of Delta crisis in the first place. So in closing, this forum is an opportunity to communicate those hurdles and successes, to learn from one another, and hopefully identify new collaborations that are going to enhance our ability to learn by doing for the betterment of the Delta. So thanks again to everyone who made it here in person and to those of you on Zoom for your commitment to supporting sustainable management of the Delta. And now I'm going to hand it off to our adaptive management liaison, one of our adaptive management liaisons, Dr. Stephen Elser, who's going to introduce the rest of the forum. And might I add that he's one of several important people behind the curtain in pulling off this event. So thank you, Dr. Elser. And stickers are available outside.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much, Executive Officer Pearson, for those remarks. As she mentioned, my name is Stephen Elser. I'm an Adaptive Management Liaison here at the Council, and I'd also like to welcome you to our 2025 Adaptive Management Forum. We put a lot of work into making this event a reality, so it's really heartening to see so many people here. So thanks, and I hope you enjoy the day. A few logistics before we get into the meat of the presentation. At the bathroom and water bottle station is on this floor, just past the stairs. We take a right, going out the doors here. Thank you to Ecosystem Investment Partners for providing coffee and refreshments. So please enjoy those outside the room during our breaks. And then we've got posters up over here. So we'll have a dedicated poster session at the end of the day, but please feel free to take a look at brews during breaks. So with that, like Executive Officer Pearson said, adaptive management really is at the heart of what we do at the council, and we support adaptive management through a variety of means. So council staff provide early consultations for consistency with the Delta plan to help project proponents develop adaptive management frameworks for ecosystem restoration and water management projects. We coordinate several working groups related to adaptive management. That includes the Sassoon Marsh Adaptive Management Advisory Team. And these working groups are really important to build and maintain relationships and to facilitate learning across projects and organizations on a regular basis. We also provide science support and synthesis. So that includes funding research, leading synthesis products like the State of Bay Delta Science, and organizing independent peer review for large-scale management and monitoring programs. And finally, we organize events. That includes the Adaptive Management Forum we're having today. It includes the Bay Delta Science Conference that I know many of you attend. And we also host events on specific topics related to adaptive management, including our upcoming Traditional Knowledge Roundtable series. And so all of these efforts help to support more effective adaptive management in the Delta. But what is adaptive management? It is a science-based, structured approach to improving our understanding of the problems and uncertainties of environmental and water management. So this is our adaptive management wheel. Like Jake said, we have stickers out front if you want one. This figure illustrates the adaptive management cycle. That really shows you how we move from a planning phase into a doing phase into the evaluating and respond phase that helps us to adjust actions based on our lessons learned. And that's really the crux of adaptive management. This is what allows us to adapt our actions to use the best available knowledge. Now, we acknowledge this is an idealized version of adaptive management, and that applied adaptive management can be quite a bit messier. Every single step in the process may not occur on every sequence through the cycle. Maybe there might be some jumping around between steps, and it's not always clearly documented how the different steps are being implemented, which can lead people to believe that adaptive management isn't happening. But on the contrary, adaptive management is happening all across the Delta, across a wide variety of projects, programs, and topic areas. So why is adaptive management important? Well, primarily adaptive management is really about navigating uncertainty and implementing actions in the face of that uncertainty and designing implementation in a way to reduce uncertainty through time by explicitly building in the opportunities to learn. So this allows us to adapt and inform future actions to ensure that they are as effective as they can be in changing conditions. And there's a lot of uncertainty, whether it's related to climate change, to shifting regulations, or emerging technologies. Adaptive management provides the structure to help and hone projects as changes occur. Now, there are also project-specific logistical uncertainties that lead to adaptive management at even finer scales, helping managers and scientists adjust their actions to the context of their specific project or program. And this applied adaptive management is something that we're hoping to emphasize in an upcoming report that our unit is leading, highlighting some of the adaptive management progress in the Delta region. So adaptive management can also be applied at a variety of spatial and temporal scales. So in this figure, the y-axis represents a spatial scale, so getting larger as we move up. And then on the x-axis, that represents time frames, so longer time horizons as we move to the right. Individual projects or even components of projects can go through the adaptive management cycle, localized to their project on fairly short time horizons. But as monitoring continues and lessons from that project are learned and shared more broadly, those lessons can inform other projects. And within a program that has shared objectives and resources, that cross-project learning and pollination can become even more effective and allows for adaptive management to play out over long time horizons as individual projects mature and new projects come online, taking advantage of the new knowledge and practices as time unfolds. And ideally, with even further collaboration, coordination, adaptive management can occur at the system or landscape scale, where information from a variety of different sources and programs can inform big picture adaptive management with larger shifts in how the system is managed. And importantly, there's feedback loops and interactions between these different scales indicated by the red arrows in this figure. So the overarching goal for our adaptive management forums is to promote coordination and learning about implementing adaptive management in the Delta. And so our inaugural forum in 2019 had a theme on education to help folks get on the same page about what is adaptive management and how do we implement it in the system. In 2021, the theme was on synthesis of scientific information to help inform more effective adaptive management. In 2023, the theme was on governance to focus on the social structures that help or hinder adaptive management. And this year, the theme is around progress. As Executive Officer Pearson said in her opening remarks, we're in a new era for adaptive management in the Delta. We've made incredible progress, and we want to showcase how adaptive management is being implemented and what more needs to be done in order to continue that momentum and progress well into the future. So this is our agenda for the day. After this will be our keynote presentation from Dr. Karrigan Börk. Then we'll have a panel discussion on advancing adaptive management under accelerating change, after which we'll have our first break. Then we'll begin our two-part session with case study presentations of adaptive management across the Delta. So each session that's an hour long, separated by a lunch break. After the second case study presentation, we'll zoom out a little bit and have our leadership perspectives on adaptive management panel discuss how adaptive management is going in the system and what some major barriers and opportunities are. Then we'll have a gallery walk, which is an interactive portion of our agenda to get folks up and moving around to share ideas about adaptive management with one another. Then after our last break, we'll move to the final panel for the day, which is adaptive management headlines from the future, where panelists will share their visions of what big adaptive management outcomes we might experience in 2050. So that should be a pretty fun way to round out our panels. And then we'll have a poster session at the end of the day from 4:30 to 5:30. But wait, there is more. That's a jam-packed day, and we hope you'll stick around for all or most of it. But tomorrow we have a field trip to Lookout Slough if the rain lets up. Seats are sold out for that field trip, so please look around for folks that have little stars on their name tag to coordinate carpools, since parking is limited. If we do get rained out, we'll let folks know who registered, and we're hoping to reschedule it sometime in the yet-to-be current future. As Dylan alluded to earlier, there have been some changes to our agenda based on the federal government shutdown and other personal conflicts. So thanks for your understanding, and thanks to everyone who has stepped up to help ensure that the event can be as good as it can be. So without further ado, I am pleased to introduce our keynote speaker. UC Davis Professor of Law, Karrigan Börk's publications run the gamut, from the definitive text on the history and application of California minimum streamflow requirements to a hatchery and genetic management plan for the reintroduction of spring-run Chinook salmon to the San Joaquin River. He has both a law degree from Stanford and an ecology PhD from UC Davis. He works on legal and ethical issues and ecological restoration, especially problems that involve both science and law. Much of his current research focuses on Western water law, and he enjoys fishing, rafting, rock hounding, watching college basketball, and spending time with his friends and family in history. So, Dr. come on up.
Thank you all. A real pleasure to be here. I appreciate that warm welcome, and I'm excited to talk to you all about enabling adaptive management. So what role law can take in making this process easier instead of harder, which I think is what law has a reputation for doing in adaptive management context. So we'll start off like a little bit generally about how law and adaptive management interact, and then we'll think about ways that law could enable adaptive management. We'll pull in maybe 3 different case studies there. First, looking at land use permitting, which seems like something that's very far removed from what we're doing here, but I'm going to argue that it's not, and talk about some ways that we can pull some of those tools in. We'll talk about some energy development, and then we'll look at wetland mitigation, kind of pull out some of the best practices and the lessons from those case studies, and then open up questions at the end. I've got a couple slides after the question slide, so if you all don't have questions, we can definitely keep talking. I love starting with an actual law, so it's nice to put a law on the board. We have a nice definition we heard about earlier on what adaptive management means. So it's a framework and flexible decision-making process for ongoing knowledge acquisition, monitoring, and evaluation, leading to continuous improvements in management planning and implementation of a project to achieve specified objectives. That sounds great, and we have these really nice diagrams. I got my sticker too. I'm really excited about the sticker. But in practice, as you said, this gets messy sometimes. This is not nearly as nice as sticker, right? A bit of a mess, but this is the way I think it feels, and sometimes the way it actually plays out. So you've got a whole lot of other layers that are on top of that kind of straightforward, cyclical adaptive management process. It gets very hard to kind of complete the circle and make that hook back, apply the new knowledge you gained, address the challenges that have come up, because you run into these regulations that require particular processes, require analysis, limit what you're allowed to do. That may kick you into administrative processes, which might take 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. And if you're talking about an adaptive management cycle that takes a 15-year period, like if that's your return period on this, you're going to get, what, maybe 1 round of adaptive management in your career, maybe 2 if you're lucky. That sounds awful and really not very adaptive. That's not where we want to be. And we add on to that politics, which are going to change priorities and also make adaptive management trickier. And then after you go through all of that stuff, you get sued regardless of what you do. That's just kind of the way it works here, right? You get comments, those comments get heard or they don't get heard, you get a final decision, and you file a lawsuit. And if you're lucky, your rule survives the lawsuit, and 4 or 5 years later, you're actually out there able to implement that whole process. If you're unlucky, then you get to go back to the beginning and go through the administrative process again and remake these rules, and you're still trying to manage the system, right? The water years don't stop coming, the challenges don't stop coming, the climate doesn't stop changing, which makes it really tricky to do this adaptive management, to know on the ground what you need to be doing, and you've got this really messy kind of potential legal and political loop going in the background. Right? So I think that's the reputation that the law has in this process as, like, I don't know if it's rest in administrative purgatory or something, as you're waiting and trying to adaptively manage it. So we can kind of think generally about the different scales, which I think was super helpful to start off with this morning, kind of scales in adaptive management. There are things that we do really well and that law tends to not get in the way of. And maybe one of the big ones that we can think about for that is something like these real-time adjustments in operations. Right? So with the we saw in the 2018 biops, they have real-time monitoring of delta smelt populations, and if we detect delta smelt in certain portions of the delta, we shut off the pumps. Right? That's adaptive management. That's okay, we don't think they're going to be here, but if we find them, yeah, we'll stop what we're doing, we'll change our action, we'll put these pumping restrictions on, and we stop detecting them, and we'll go back to what we're doing. And so that looks like adaptive management. We don't know if we're going to find them or not, but if we do, this is what we do. Similar thing if you look at some of the desert management plans, desert tortoises. So if you're putting in a solar panel set in a desert, your biop that you'll get from the Fish and Wildlife Service will say you build a little exclusion ring around the area you're going to work, you move the tortoises out, you think that's it, you think you're not going to find tortoises in there, but if you do, you call the biologist in, the biologist picks up the tortoise and moves the tortoise to your relocation area. It's all spelled out really clearly in your incidental take statement. That's binding. And that means, well, if we don't see one of these tortoises that we should have seen, or even if we find a dead one on the road, like we have a process to let us keep going with what we're doing, right? We have a plan for how we're going to manage that. And that lets us avoid that whole big regulatory loop. We don't have to reinitiate consultation. We don't have to go back through development of a biological opinion. It's a very constrained, it's a very kind of small picture adaptive management piece. But what we're doing there, just like what we're doing kind of throughout all of these different kinds of adaptive management, is managing uncertainty. Not sure what's going to happen, and so we're going to plan for these contingencies. And we're also managing risk. Right? The question is, and this is one of the pieces that I think sometimes gets lost in that adaptive management conversation, who bears the risk if we're wrong in this decision? Right? Are we saying that, well, we don't think there's going to be any tortoises in this enclosure, and if we find them, it's too bad for the tortoises? Or are we saying, well, if we find them in this area, then we're going to stop work until they get moved out, right? That puts the risk of not excluding tortoises correctly on the person who's pushing this project. So does the public bear the risk? Does the project proponent bear the risk? It's a big piece that's kind of political and something I think that the lawyers need to think about a little more as we're trying to set this up. Okay, so real-time adjustments, we're doing that. We do a good job of that. People are really comfortable with that. I think often we don't even think of that as adaptive management. We think adaptive management means something different, but I think that's adaptive management. Next level are kind of mid-level adjustments. So things that you know, the Rumsfeld, these are known unknowns. These are foreseeable uncertainties that are going to be a part of any project. Right? And it could be something as simple as, is this company that's telling me it's going to do these things going to be around in 5 years? They're going to be around in 10 years. Right? Is this irrigation district going to have money to do the mitigation that they're saying they're going to do with the project? We don't know. Right? That's an unknown. That's a risk that we have to deal with here. Is the mitigation going to work? Right? Are the plants we're trying to establish here, those plants going to take off? Or are we going to get too much invasion by non-native species that's going to keep us from having the ecosystem services that we're hoping for from a restored wetland? These are bigger picture questions. And then there's really big questions, big picture policy realignment stuff that's, I think, almost impossible to deal with in an adaptive management framework. Is a new administration going to come in that's going to prioritize water deliveries at the cost of doing any kind of ecosystem protection? If you have that kind of a policy swing, that's not something that you can kind of anticipate and prepare for in your regulatory documents. Right? There's certain things that we just cannot kind of adaptively manage up front because they are such a significant change. It's going to bring in reconsultation of the Endangered Species Act. It's going to bring in new NEPA compliance, new CEQA requirements, new California Endangered Species Act requirements. That's not a spot that they could really do adaptive. But there's this sweet spot in the middle, right, where the law has often tripped us up, but it is an area that the law actually does a pretty good job with in other contexts. So there we go. Let's talk about local land use permitting for a second, because this actually raises a lot of the same issues. There's uncertainty here, and there's risk here. So land use developer comes in. I live in Davis right now. I live right next to the cemetery. They're putting in like 100 houses behind them. It's super annoying, but also really housing. So that's the way it is. To do that, they had to come in. This was originally farmland a long time ago. They got a rezone and then got permission to split it up into a whole bunch of individual lots that build houses. Right? It's great. It's what the city wants. But when that happens, that creates costs for the city. So you're going to need roads, and those roads are going to be public infrastructure. You probably want more parks because you've got more people. You don't want your parks to be too crowded. Your schools are going to get more kids, and that's a great thing. We need more kids in the schools in Davis for sure. On the other hand, it's going to increase your costs. It's going to increase your sewage treatment costs, right? More people flushing toilets, you need bigger pipes, you need to be able to handle that, all that additional sewage waste. The city knows that. And I think one of the reasons the city knows that is because they're very local. And if that road is bad, if the sewer is backing up, they hear directly from their people, like in the grocery store, at every public meeting they have. So there's a lot of political accountability for the city in allowing this thing to happen, allowing the development to go forward. And even if they do everything right, like people will complain regardless. So they want to try and make sure that they've minimized the potential cost to the city. And so what the city does is to go out and get exactions. These are things that they exact, they get out of the developer in exchange for this discretionary permit that the city is choosing to offer. And often what that means is that the developer is going to build roads through the new development. We'll install the sewage waste capacity that they need in that new development. We'll build parks in the development, and then they actually put money into the schools and they set aside funds for the city needs. Right? For you all, this sounds a lot like mitigation. I'd like to do X, Y, and Z. I'd like to fill in this wetland. In exchange for that, we're going to make you protect 7 acres of wetland. So you're exacting that property from the developer in exchange for permission to permit under the Species Act and the California Quality Act, whatever it is. You get that mitigation as part of letting that decision. Pretty good with us so far. Okay, cool. So you exact these things from the developer, but the city. And this is, if you're an economist, this internalizes the external costs of development, which is a good thing because it makes the developers actually pay more of what this development costs and not just what they would normally pay. but they're bearing some of those public costs and are less likely to go forward with a project that creates huge public costs that outweigh the private benefits of moving forward with that project. So for the economists who like this, they're internalizing those external. The problem is infrastructure can fail, right? Roads break, roads fall apart. This is not quite the right scale, but your playground at your park cannot be up to code. It can fail over time. And so there's a lot of risk that's created for the city by having someone else build roads, someone else build the public infrastructure. And the city still wants the developer to do it. The developer wants to be the one who builds this stuff because it's cheaper. The developers are people who build things. They're usually able to do that. And this then creates these really large scale foreseeable uncertainties. Is this road the developer's building going to be a good road in 5 years? Is it still going to be working in 10 years, or are we going to need to go in and resurface and redo it? Right? Is this developer even going to be around in 5 years? Could we sue them if they do a crappy job? Are they going to last through like the whole development? And they go like belly up midway through the development, especially when you start laying in like all the little shell corporations that you get when you're doing a big project or a big development. You pay some entity just to hold the risk, and that entity goes away. And all of a sudden, the city is left holding the bag for really crappy infrastructure, and people are complaining, and the city's not happy. And so the city manages this through performance plans. So these are financial assurances where the developer will go out and say, I need to purchase a performance bond from a private company. And essentially, it's insurance that protects if there is failure in that infrastructure in 5 years or in 10 years or 15. The amount that the developer pays for that performance bond is going to vary depending on what kind of a track record the developer has with development, with their infrastructure. Is this a well-established developer who does a good job building infrastructure? Is it kind of shady fly-by-night developer? And that shady fly-by-night developer is going to have a higher rate. It's going to cost them more to purchase this. And it's also going to cost them more if they're not agreeing to follow certain standards that those performance bond companies actually put on these projects. Right? So you get your performance bond. If the infrastructure fails after 5 years or fails after 10 years, then that performance bond will pay out to the city and pay for repair of that infrastructure. Right? This is a pretty mature risk management system. This has been around for a long time. There's been a number of challenges to this that have gone up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court says, this is a great approach. This is how you manage local development, how you manage risk in these settings. And what this effectively does is to address some of those uncertainties, those kind of mid-level, is this going to work or not? Is this company going to be around or not? Uncertainties. And it transfers the risk from the public of holding this crappy infrastructure or potentially crappy, potentially great infrastructure onto this performance bond company. And a performance bond company then transfers that risk or makes the developer pay for assuming that risk. Right? So we're thinking about the uncertainty here, we're thinking about the risk here, and this is the way that we manage it. We don't have to go through a new decision process down the road. We don't have to file a lawsuit against the developer. We set this up and it pays out and then falls apart. Pretty clean way to handle that risk. The environmental law field is not quite as well developed, but we do see things like this for toxic waste storage. So if you are someone who's able to store hazardous waste at the end of its life, you have to have a performance bond that says, one, if I have the financial wherewithal to do this and to manage this facility, and two, if things go sideways and I get sued, there'll be money there to pay out. And those bonds last a long time, and they give us the kind of certainty that we want. The stuff's going to be stored well, or at least there's money to fix the problem that's not stored well after the useful life of our hazardous materials. So there's a couple spots where we see this starting to bleed in. But these performance bonds, these financial assurances, take a lot of forms. So you can have surety bonds, or cash escrows, or letters of credit, but they all kind of work in similar ways as insurance that shifts the risk to the project proponent and the way to handle that potential uncertainty down the road. All right, so if we don't do this, like what's the harm? The harm from not managing that uncertainty well. First, it can produce worse environmental outcomes. Right? In the city setting, you end up with worse infrastructure and a more crowded park system and worse schools and overburdened sewage system. And that isn't what the city anticipated when it approved that project. Right? Same thing with our environmental projects. If we approve a project based on certain ideas about what impacts are likely to result from that project, what the mitigation is likely to do, and we're wrong about what the impacts may be, or we're wrong about how well that mitigation is going to work, we end up with worse environmental outcomes because things are much more impacted and less mitigated. Next, it creates what we call distributional justice problems. Who's paying the cost there? Well, we, the public, pay the cost for damage to our ecosystems, right? Nature, if you want to go that route, pays the cost because it's what suffers those harms. And the entity that's creating the project proponent does not generally bear that part of the risk. Unless, because if you're not using these tools to make sure that your project proponents are internalizing those costs, then they're not paying those costs, and they're more likely to undertake projects that they shouldn't, because the upside of those projects is too small, and the costs are so big. If they're not bearing those costs, if they don't feel those costs, and that doesn't factor into their decision, and they're more likely to go forward with projects that probably shouldn't go forward. Okay, so let's switch over to some more environmental side pieces of this. So the Pinedale Anti-Pine project, this is in Wyoming, really big natural gas and oil project, huge increases in gas production, lots of gas left in the ground. Looks like we're going to see a lot more gas development over the next 20 to 30 years. This is also an area with really important wildlife populations. So big game species that people love to hunt, like your mule deer, your pronghorn, your elk, and also sensitive species like the sage grouse. And we know from the past development there that development has impacts on root. 2008, we had a proposal come in that called for more exploration and more wells. And as part of that process, the project proponents, developed kind of a two-part structure to handle the risk and the uncertainty about the impacts to those wildlife populations. And again, I think it's because you have this kind of really strong interest, in this case from hunting groups and from the local fish and wildlife folks, and because you have frankly a lot of money on our oil and gas side, if they can throw money at this to get an approval. So first, they put money into a $36 million mitigation. Set that aside at the beginning, can't be touched. This money is set aside. The company's got to have that cap on their potential liability kind of within the structure of the regulatory approval. This is the maximum amount you're going to have to spend. The flip side is that that money was set aside in a separate account, so you knew it was there. It was immediately accessible for handling any problems with litigation, any failures of the project. The next piece is this wildlife monitoring and mitigation matrix. This is a lot of text. But what this is a set of triggers that say when we have these particular thresholds hit, or if we have these thresholds hit, then we'll go directly into particular mitigation responses. So, for example, looking at the mule deer, if the change in change in mule deer numbers in any year or a cumulative change over all years exceeds 15%, then we get kicked right into these mitigation options. And those mitigation options are spelled out. And the mitigation that we have in this case is protection of the kind of outside areas for development. So development in those areas stops, it cannot continue if we're seeing impacts that exceed this threshold that we thought we wouldn't see. Habitat enhancements are required. Conservation easements or property rights outside of the area may be purchased to protect these herds. But all of these things are set out in the NEPA documentation. There's no need for additional regulatory action. It's making this automatic. The more automatic you can make it, the less you get caught in that like jungle gym squiggle around adaptive management, and the more you can stay within your circle. It's a lot more work up front, right? To get through this, to negotiate that $36 million, to agree these are the actions that we're going to take. But having it be really definite is what both allows you to make sure that risk is on the appropriate parties, here the project components, to handle the potential uncertainties that we see in this project, and it insulates you from litigation. Right? Because when it's more certain, then courts are more likely to approve that adaptive management approach. All right, last one, compensatory wetland mitigation. A lot of folks here are probably familiar with this. Clean Water Act Section 404 permits issued by the Army Corps of Engineers require compensatory mitigation for any impacts to wetlands that cannot be avoided or minimized. Right? But we know it's tricky to build wetlands. It takes a long time to know if those wetlands are actually going to be kind of doing all the ecosystem service things that we want them to do when they're replacing an existing natural wetland. And so the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers requires financial assurances for wetland mitigation. This doesn't get a lot of attention, minimal litigation over it so far, It's kind of remarkable. It actually pays out at the sole discretion of the Corps of Engineers district engineer. So if the engineer looks at a project and says, this mitigation's not working, you have way too many invasive species here, not enough native species, the hydrology is not right, your soils are crummy, whatever it is, right? They say that doesn't work, then they get a payout, and they're able to take that payout and do more mitigation or go buy additional wetlands from a wetland bank, protect existing wetlands, right? So chunk of money just sitting there for the Corps of Engineers to use if that project fails. And again, that's paid for by the project proponent here. You go out, you buy the insurance, you buy the performance metric, or performance bond, whatever it is, and that gives you this financial backing, this financial protection. The cost of this depends on the size of the project, difficulty. The project sponsors track record, right? So we actually consider, like, do they do a good job of this? Have they done what they're supposed to do in the past? And this is the market, right? For people who really like market approaches, we offer this up. You know, you say, hey, I got to purchase a performance bond. Give me bids on this. You get a bunch of bids. People tell you how much it's going to cost you to get $3 million or a $5 million performance bond. We'll pay out. And so when we bring in that market mechanism, it creates another layer of accountability. Interestingly, these almost never pay out. I had a student this summer who reached out to all the different districts, reached out to them and said, hey, how many times have you had this pay out? We had one time. There was a bankruptcy by a mitigation bank, and they had not completed all of their work. All their work, and the performance bond paid out in that case. Outside of that, almost never pays out. So, like, why even bother? But we asked them, why not? Like, what's the solution that you found here? And it's these interagency review teams that review the projects that are being constructed and decide how many credits a bank gets for the mitigation credits wetland mitigation bank gets for the work that it's done. And what they do, they inspect these wetlands over the course of the life of those wetlands, the development of those wetlands. And if it looks like they're not going to hit their performance measures, they just reduce the number of credits, or threaten to reduce the number of credits, or tell them they're not going to release any credits. Right? And so this is, even though we have the financial assurance piece here, the other piece of what we have here is phased mitigation, and mitigation that's actually done before those credits can be sold in the market to people who need to buy these mitigation credits. And so we're able to really do adaptive management of these wetland banks because they're not able to get the benefits until they've been approved. And that saves us litigation up front, and there's still this financial assurance piece kind of hanging out in the background. All right, so there's our kind of three case studies that look at different ways that we can manage this risk, manage this uncertainty as we adaptively manage projects. If we think about kind of the big picture set of tools, a lot of our major laws focus on this first piece, durational regulation. These are things like come up with a new plan for the Delta every 5 years. But we know that that doesn't work. We know that we tend to miss that, right? How far behind are we on the new Bay Delta water quality plan? That's supposed to be done like every 5 years. It's never going to happen. It's impossible. We had like a great vision for how we were going to do this, and you know, we'd be in good shape if we were that big. So these first two rules, adaptive regulation that lets you kick back in and do new regulation when you get rule changes, or durational regulations. The big picture, real world, it's messy. It doesn't tend to work very well. And I think these other approaches, right, the financial assurances, contingent regulations, triggers like we saw with that matrix, and phase development and phase release of benefits with mitigation completed before you get the benefits tend to be much more effective for actually putting adaptive management into practice. And I think we're just about out of time. I should start taking questions here. But like, just to flag it, like the kind of game theory piece of this, if you're someone who likes the status quo and you don't want to have to do anything, then uncertainty, delay, an adaptive management process that takes you like this, that's pretty good for you, right? 10 years of litigation for you is 10 years of doing what you're doing right now. And maybe paying for those lawyers is cheaper than going out and actually changing what you're doing around, finding water sources. And so if we're able to require these things to be done up front, we see it with our mitigation banks, or if we can really establish a structure that puts the risk of failure back onto the project proponents, the people who are wanting to keep using natural resources, we end up with a fundamentally different set of incentives. There's a lot of the work I'm talking about today comes from a paper that I've been working on in draft form with my colleagues Dieter Kawa. That little QR code will take you to the paper. There's a couple of other folks who've done some really good work in this area I wanted to highlight and rely on a lot of their work as well. And then just to throw them up here, and I'll open up for questions after that. We want to make sure we have enough money. Special financial assurance is high enough. Financial assurances alone aren't enough. We need other tools. Triggers are a big one, and the more clear and automatic they are, the better. Keep us out of that regulatory loop, make it something that a court can actually analyze and approve. We should plan for failure. Your mitigation is going to fail, infrastructure is going to fail. The federal government is going to decide to produce half as many fish from in this hatchery versus what we thought they were going to produce. Like maybe that last one's a little hard, or like the federal government's going to be closed. Some of that stuff you can't address, but to the extent you can, building that in up front, knowing, okay, we're going to have failure, and when this fails, who pays, and what do we do next? Not, we should meet again and decide that. Make the decisions up front. And last, always, all of this matters. All right, that'll open it to questions. Thanks, folks.
I think you reread.
I'll repeat the question. Yeah, that way I can make it into whatever I wanted to do.
Thanks. Very good talk. Appreciate your comment. I'm going to potentially commit a attribution foundational error here and assume that you, like me, are very concerned about the incorrect assignment of risk in many of these conversations. And so if you think that's the case, how did we get to the point where the Fish and Wildlife Service, the federal agency, and the state agency are assuming that the risk is on the public, on the preservation of the common good, as opposed to on project performance?
Yeah, great question. So we have this kind of general structure that's built into both our environmental laws and then like how we think about environmental impacts, and it's our predictive mitigate model. Right? Somebody comes to us, they say, I want to do this thing. We predict what the impacts are going to be. We make them, or we decide to mitigate those impacts, and then we let that project go. Right? You can go like all the way back to dam building. When we first were building all the big dam infrastructure, and there was worries, it's like, oh, we got these salmon, we got to protect the salmon. We'll put hatcheries in. Hatcheries will take care of the problem, right? And the decision makers latched onto that, and like, yeah, we don't need habitat, but we'll just build hatcheries, and hatcheries replace that habitat, and that lets us go forward with the dam building process here. So not a regulatory approval, but definitely a political tool. I think it comes from, in part, like we think we're good at science. We think we're going to get this right. And we are, and also we make mistakes and get things wrong. And you look back, it turns out that hatcheries didn't replace habitat. But we always kind of have this techno-optimism piece, this idea that, yeah, we can mitigate this, we can, adapt in real time, and that's going to take care of our problem. And I think the tendency is to believe in that, believe in our engineering fixes, and not to want to make these hard decisions about maybe we shouldn't approve this project, or maybe there are things that we're going to damage that we're going to do here that we just can't possibly do. And I think the other piece of it is some of that stuff I was talking about, where like local government is so local that you're going to pay the price of your infrastructure bad. And I think it's harder to get political accountability out of agencies, number one, and number two, it's harder to get political accountability on an issue that may not be the issue private voters. So people are upset, right, about climate damage or about environmental damage or about climate change, and not to use that as their sole criteria. So you're less likely to get kind of political accountability you want there. Versus if you have bad roads in a city, like you're out of office. I think having that kind of local and very real accountability. Thanks. Other questions? Yeah.
So thanks for your talk. It was great. On this topic of risk, which I think is so important in thinking about adaptive management, how we build trust, how we create a safe to fail environment. What do you think about the types of risks that are really outside of control of the project? thinking about climate change and patterns that are way geographically bigger than, say, anything we're doing on one small potential wetland. So on a global basis, species.
Yeah, great question. And actually,
Could you repeat the question, Carrie?
oh, sorry. Yeah. So the question is like, what do you do with stuff that's really outside the control of the project proponent? So something like climate change or harmful algal blooms or invasive species. So on one level, like that's risk, like all the other risks, and there's a question of who's going to bear that, right? We think we know what's going to happen, but with climate change, it's not super clear, or there may be more damaging floods that come through. I would like it's not out yet, but the Klamath Dam folks are working on a white paper talking about how they manage risk, and RES, which is the company that's doing the kind of the general contractor on the restoration effort up there. They agreed to take on the risk of climate change, floods, of fires, of all that stuff for restoration of the vegetation along the climate. They said, we'll do it. We think we can do this cheaply enough that we'll still make money off this contract. We'll take on that risk. If you have a big fire that comes through and takes out all that stuff, they have to go in and prevent it. Right? So you can contract around that, and then the other slide's popping. Okay, so the other one that I'll highlight, Hawaii, right? Coral reefs all over the place. When a big hurricane comes in, it can wreck those coral reefs, and you got to get in there really fast. I didn't know this, but you can actually like glue the coral reef back together, and if you do it within about a week, that coral will survive and will be okay. But it has to be done quickly, a week, maybe 2 weeks, to make that like actually work. There's no way that the state of Hawaii is going to allocate money after a hurricane when they're dealing with all this stuff for coral reef protection within 2 weeks and get like people in the water putting stuff out. So the Nature Conservancy is now paying for coral reef insurance for Hawaii. Pays out $1 million per storm, up to $2 million per year. Anytime they don't have to do assessment of the coral, anytime there's a storm with wind above 50 knots, it keys in that policy. And then the Nature Conservancy gives that money partially to the state, partially to nonprofit groups. Those groups that are in the water like the next day working on the coral restoration. Right? So you can get insurance to insure us against these big picture risks. Or we're not insuring against climate change, but you're insuring against more frequent hurricanes due to climate change. Same kind of thing on fire. We should have groups, Kyle Trout can step up and say, hey, you know what, we're going to carry a fire insurance plan for the watersheds that are just absolutely vital to our spring mushroom salmon. And if we have a fire in those watersheds, that will pay out $2 million, and we can get in, we can stabilize slopes, we can keep sediment out of the stream, we can protect those fish populations against that risk that's out there. Yeah, great question.
Thank you very much. Yeah, well, Karrigan will be joining our next panel, so you'll have more opportunities to hear from him and ask him more questions. But thank you so much, Dr. Börk, for that great talk. So our first panel, panelists and moderators can start coming up. It's on advancing adaptive management under accelerating change. So we've been talking a lot already about different types of changes we might see in the future, different degrees of uncertainty. So this panel will really focus on what sort of tools and methodologies are available to help us advance adaptive management given all that change. So yeah, I mean, you want to come up?
Yeah, I'll be right.
Yeah, great. It's this.
Hey everyone, thanks for coming. Thanks for joining us. I'm Evan Sawyer. I work for the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I am excited to be here, and especially to help moderate this panel because, I work a fair bit with adaptive management, and I've always understood adaptive management to be designed to address change. But in looking at this panel, there are questions of are there limits? And so the panel felt that advancing adaptive management under accelerating change. So I began to wonder, is adaptive management capable of keeping up with rapid or accelerating change? And I think we have a good panel here to kind of discuss that. My sort of limited experience with adaptive management is based on applications in the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta, and specifically those focused on ESA or California Endangered Species Act, listed species, and the permitting of Central Valley water operations. So for the Central Valley project on the federal side and the state water project on the state side. In that experience, true or purist adaptive management takes time. Thank you, Dr. Börk, for sharing your attitude diagram of the adaptive management loop, where because of policy and all these externalities, it can go on a more circuitous route. It's not a clean circle all the time. And in terms of reducing uncertainty, that can be a huge scientific enterprise, or at least it has been in my experience here. So as I said, I think the panel is a good one, and I hope, and we had an opportunity to discuss that we'll have an opportunity here to discuss and explore adaptive management applications in the Delta during periods of accelerating change, as well as maybe exploring some of the limitations of adaptive management. We met maybe weeks ago with most of you. Thanks for the new folk that are joining us. And it's our interest that we'd like to share some insights and challenges on adaptive management, and especially in those environments that are rapidly changing. Okay, so before we meet the panel, I just wanted to acknowledge, I just wanted to thank Stephen Elser. Thanks for all the help and support leading up to this, and thanks really to the whole Delta Stewardship Council for putting this on. Really great job. I appreciate it. I also want to acknowledge that it's already been said, but due to a lapse in federal appropriations, that Dr. Jacob Dwart and Dr. Lisa Marie Linden-Myers are unable to participate in today's panel. Both Jacob and Lisa Marie work for USGS, Water Resources Mission Area, and I really think that their contribution and perspective would have been invaluable to this discussion. So it's fortunate they're not here, but we have a great panel nonetheless. So I'll start by giving just a very short introduction for each of you, and then we'll move into questions. There'll be an opportunity for you to better explain sort of who you are, how you work with adaptive management, and some perspective on that, and then move into some general questions, and then have opportunity for audience participation questions, or for those of you online. Dr. Shruth Anna is a senior environmental scientist with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, focused on synthesis research and synthesis research for the interagency ecological program. Next to her, Dr. Denise Palomano, senior environmental scientist with the Delta Science program, where she is the lead for the State of Bay Delta Science, special peer-reviewed publication that is released every 2 years. And lastly, but not least, our keynote speaker, Dr. Karrigan Börk, is the director for the Center for Watershed Science at UC Davis, where he is also a law professor focused on environmental and water law. So thank you all for joining us. My introductory question is if you would take a few minutes to introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about your work, the work that you do, and then in your work, what do you see as a promising or new method, tool to support environmental decision-making under changing conditions? And who's so eager that they want to go first? Or you can go, Brian. Dr. Palomano.
Hi, everyone. My name is Denise, and I'm standing in for Lisa Marie. I'm going to channel her love of big data today. Okay, so I'm a synthesis scientist. You can hear me? Okay. A little closer. Is that good? A little more. Okay, glad I asked. I'm a synthesis scientist with Delta Science program, and as Evan said, I lead the State of Bay Delta Science. This is a special issue of peer-reviewed publications. It's released every 2 years, and the latest special issue, which was focused on extreme events in the Delta. It just came out in September. It's freely available online in the San Francisco Estuary and Watershed Sciences Journal. I hope you all check it out. In my work as part of this special issue that just came out, we wrote an essay looking at perspectives for the future for Delta science and in the era of climate change and extreme events. So I'm going to draw on that work right now. And one of the things that we talk about is the importance of coordinated monitoring of key climate change indicators at sentinel sites across the Delta watershed. This is something that's not new. You'll hear a lot of people talking about this, the need for watershed-wide monitoring. But I think it's a very promising approach to support decision-making. There are already many robust monitoring programs out there. We've probably all been out on them, local, state, federal, tribal, community science projects even. And these can be further leveraged to detect system-wide change. So that's kind of what I'm going to focus on right now, is detecting the change itself that then, triggers a mitigation matrix or something like that, but actually detecting the change. So in terms of detecting change in real time, here's some example steps that we talked about. Developing a standardized suite of metrics to represent climate change indicators. So these are things you think reflect a change that you are monitoring, you're tracking over time. Expanding spatial and temporal coverage of sensor networks to produce these standardized data outputs. Coordinating across the different monitoring programs that maintain the sensor networks. Developing automated data processing workflows. This is, the use of different like AI tools, machine learning. Telemetering the sensors to deliver the real-time data to centralized data dashboards that everyone can access. And then creating warning alerts for extreme events. And this could be a predetermined threshold value that when exceeded triggers some type of mitigation action or management action. But Lisa Marie wanted me to share with you all that it's not just threshold values, it's also potentially rate of change. And these are all things that a team of people would want to get together, really spell out clearly beforehand, quantify, and then have action plans in place for. So, of course, all of these steps require increased costs, investments in equipment and maintenance, personnel, interagency coordination, software development, IT support. But the big picture here is that the benefits are streamlined real-time monitoring sensor networks. And this is getting the data to the decision makers. Now, one thing that I'm really passionate about is detecting change over time. So it's not just the real-time observations, but also the standardized data that are collected can then be compiled into time series. So this is important because it allows for more sophisticated retrospective analysis to analyze not just the changes themselves, but the drivers of change. So in the context of climate change and extreme events, we're learning more about what's driving the change. We have a very highly natural, a very naturally highly variable system. You get what I'm saying? And so there are these promising methods, time series models. They can deal with what statisticians call non-stationarity. Non-stationarity is just systematic change over time. It's something that we look at in a time series when we're looking at trends, when we're looking at variance, when we're looking at periodicity. And we need to be able to detect the change, understand them, quantify them before we can even make a decision to adaptively manage. So this is important because we are seeing systematic changes over time. And in modeling, a lot of the times when we're grad students, we learn how to do statistics that assume the environment is static. So this is a major gap right now. Fortunately, there are all these cool approaches out there. But the bottom line is that we need to increase capacity for time series modeling through data science training. That's kind of where I am coming at this from. So we need to be able to parse the signal from the noise. And that brings me to my next sort of pitch to you all in terms of what a promising method is. At the Delta Science Program, we are developing an initiative. It's called the Delta Collaboratory. And this is a centralized hub for open science synthesis and modeling. The goal of the collaboratory is to be what we call a think, do, and innovate tank. We stole this from the Chesapeake Bay. We did not come up with these reasons, but it was so good. And we want to help facilitate the delivery of relevant and timely scientific information to decision makers on key management issues, of which one would be climate change. This initiative is currently in its first phase of convening project work teams. And I'd be happy to tell you guys all about that. And if you see me walking around, one of the things that I think is really relevant here is what we're calling the CHABS project work team as part of the collaboratory. And CHABS has this amazing vision to be able to predict areas in the Delta that are more likely to experience a HAB. And so it's like kind of managing and understanding where the risk is, under what conditions and what time of year are you more likely to see a HAB. And then if you were able to notify a county you're more likely to experience a HAB in the next 2 weeks, perhaps they make a decision where they put more people on the ground to go take measurements. That's an example of this. So the next phase, well, we have lots of plans for the Delta Collaboratory. Come talk to me about that, but I really see that as streamlining data to decisions and giving people that are doing data science the resources that they need to be able to do that effectively, all in one place. So I'll stop there.
Just a reminder, because some of the microphones are being less sensitive, just be as close as possible. Dr. Kano, is your name?
Sure.
Thank you.
And is my working fine?
Get a little bit closer.
Is this better? Okay. So my focus over the years has been specifically with aquatic invasive species impacts of managing them, and also looking at restoration success and success of management actions with reference to invasive species or otherwise. The tools of my trade are remote sensing, image analysis. And so that's basically what I'm going to focus on today as one of the, I wouldn't exactly call it emerging technologies, but let's call it emerging advances in that technology. So things have, over the years, images and image analysis have become a lot easier. UAV imagery is so easily available now. DWR has this whole branch that does all kind of drone image acquisitions wherever you want. And then Google Earth Engine and other platforms like that have made vast amounts of data that were previously very hard for scientists like us to access, made them accessible, done all the pre-processing on them, and made it easy to use their giant servers to do some of this analysis so that it happens a lot faster. What all of this has done, what this means for us is that we can begin to monitor the ecosystems under our purview a lot, almost in real time. And maybe not everything. As I stress this over and over again, remote sensing cannot do everything. But the things that it can do, the kind of information that it can give you, if it can answer the questions that you are looking for, it can do that really quickly now. So this becomes extremely useful for adaptive management and for the decision-making process that follows that. So I have examples that hopefully we'll go over later. I wasn't intending to go over them in my introduction. But just to give you a very small example, we are developing some species occupancy models for submerged and floating species, invasive species in the Delta. Having models like that allows us then to predict how things will change with climate change, but also on a more immediate scale, how things change with drought barriers, for example. So management actions that are being taken today can allow us to see how these things respond, and maybe that gives us clues about how they will respond to the larger changes that will happen with climate change. So I'll stop there. I don't have as much to say as Denise, but follow up later.
Thanks, Dr. Börk, we know you, really appreciate your opening comment. Tell us something we didn't hear.
Sure. Yeah, so am I okay here? I feel like I'm eating this microphone. All right. Yeah, so I wasn't uncertain. Didn't know it was going to do that. So when we think about that land use context that I've started pulling from initially, we've been doing that for like 100 years, a little more than 100 years now. First kind of comprehensive land use plans hit in the 1920s, late 19-teens. There were a lot of kind of questionable things they were aimed at, often racist, and aimed at protecting single-family homes to the exclusion of poor people in neighborhoods. But we developed out of that kind of very beginning a really firm handle on how to manage uncertainty and how to manage risk. And since we've been doing that for 100 years, we're in a pretty good spot on that side for understanding how to allocate that and how to make these things work, how to kind of create all the financial mechanisms that we need to put the risk on the project developers and make sure the uncertainty lays on that side of the public-private split. Right. I teach property law, so I spend a lot of time thinking about that. Also teach water law and environmental law, and so I think a lot about how kind of undeveloped we are on this side. We've only been doing this for, 50 years? I hear more than 50 years, so half as long, and it's a much younger field. But I think the area that's really exciting to me right now, and kind of these major developments are happening, is bringing in some of those financial assurance tools, some of those risk reallocation tools. We actually saw that in the habitat conservation piece. It's in the HCP handbook that Fish and Wildlife Service put out during, I think, the Biden administration. That's kind of fallen by the wayside. It may have been during the Long administration. It's kind of fallen by the wayside now, but there was a push to get that into regulations in the Endangered Species Act context, that any HCP, which you have to complete before you can incidentally take species as a private actor, those HCPs would have a financial assurance piece in there so that when we have these problems that we know are going to come up, there would be a way to handle that and to incorporate that risk. So in the way that this fits into the accelerating change piece, like we know to the extent we were ever good at predicting impacts and making sure our mitigation worked, we're going to be worse at it, right? We're not going to get better at it. We're going to be worse at it. We know that there are more risks. We have a firmer handle on what's going to cause our failures. And that makes it much more important that we mature really quickly and start figuring out how to allocate that uncertainty. Hopefully that was new and short.
No, that was great. It got me thinking. So if I could just kind of follow up on that. Those were all really great introductions. I appreciate it. But Dr. Börk, when you're talking about, are you kind of talking about how we account for those irreducible uncertainties that ultimately we can identify as risks, and there's just no sciencing our way out of those uncertainties?
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. I mean, essentially anything that you foresee is a failure point for your project. This could go off the rails here, this could go off the rails here. And that's one of the nice things about the financial assurance approach is that if it's a really remote risk, right? If it's, I don't know, a particle accelerator that might result in a black hole that destroys all of Northern Europe or something, it's a small enough risk that even though the harm's pretty big, your insurance policy would be pretty small for that, right? So there is a way to price these things based on the level of risk. And ultimately, it becomes a question of what are the kind of transaction costs of doing that, and at what point does it make sense for the public to say, okay, we're willing to bear this because we want this project to go forward, and at what level are these risks that are big enough or important enough that they should be borne by the project.
And then just a general follow-up. What happens when the project proponent is a federal or state agency and they're consulting with another federal or state agency?
Yeah, I think the cost should then be rolled into that project, right? So if you're thinking about, say, we're a reclamation project, then your total cost for that project should include the performance bonds that say, what happens if our hatchery doesn't work? What happens if we can't get fish around this dam? What happens if we can't maintain the temperatures that we're supposed to maintain downstream? Right, so you include that cost in the project, and part of that does roll down to the water users in a reclamation context, for example. So it increases the cost of water. That's a big tangent we could go on, but getting a water right, people aren't going out and getting new water rights right now. But the water rights that we have, those rights were free from the state, right? Yeah, you want to use the water? Okay, use the water. That's not how we do those land use development decisions now. You want to rezone your property? Okay, but you're going to have to pay for the external costs of doing that. And the water board has, in the past, one time added those costs on to water rights. Right, so National Audubon, LA's water right to take water out of Mono Lake. They said, yeah, you can keep taking some of this water, but you have to go in and physically fix the habitat in the streams that flow down in the net. Right? So there are ways to include even the cost of something like that in the project. And then that's the first step. And if we can get to that first step, I'd be thrilled. But when we're making that first step, we also have to think about those uncertainties and risks, and then how we manage those.
You said that adaptive management was easier said than done.
Can I add something more?
Oh, please.
My understanding is that statisticians love talking about black swan events. And the reason I bring that up is you can think of like a matrix that has 4 quadrants where you have an event that might be low probability, low impact, low probability, high impact, high probability, low impact, high probability, high impact. And mapping on an event into that quadrant is something that people that do time series models are interested in kind of understanding. And so I've also heard about, you have a black swan event, which is a low probability, I got it right. Low probability, high impact event. But you also have gray rhinos. Gray rhinos are low probability, high probability, low impact. And a lot of times the gray rhinos are happening all the time, and we're not even necessarily good at managing those events. And so by the time a black swan event comes, we're really probably throwing our hands up, trying to figure out what's going on. A recent example maybe is what happened in San Francisco Bay with I can't remember the name of the toxic algae. Who remembers? Yeah, heterosigma and white sturgeon dial. Perhaps that was a black swan event. But I just wanted to kind of couch that into ecological forecasting and time series models and how that can kind of come together in this framework of being able to manage and respond to these events.
Oh, thanks. That's a good addition. I'm gonna ask that we take a quick step back. When we first had an opportunity to meet, and please, I'm sorry you weren't part of that initial discussion. When we discussed this topic, I thought it was really interesting that we had maybe at least initially different ideas about accelerating change, whether it was scientific change or new tools and understanding, or if it was maybe modeled or observed environmental change. And I would just ask for the panel to kind of consider, when you were first presented with this topic, what were you initially thinking of in terms of change? Is it sort of a scientific understanding, like the pace at which we're developing new scientific understanding and new tools is accelerating? And then environmental change can be difficult to observe because some change takes a long time and it occurs over decades or centuries even. So I'm just curious what the panel maybe thought, at least initially, when we had this topic and we were discussing it.
So one thing that comes to mind, the point that we bring up that sometimes change can be slow and you might think it's not happening. You know, when we were discussing the HRL hypotheses, we talked about baseline a lot because you have a shifting baseline, and when you have a shifting baseline, then the problem becomes that the actual change that has taken place over, let's say, the last half century is a lot, but your baseline is maybe only 20 years ago, and because that is when you started gathering data or something like that. I think we are lucky in the Delta and the way that we have what now 3/4 of a century worth of observations, that at least we can extend our baseline back to that far back. But with the kind of tools that I use, for example, the oldest satellite existing today that is still active is Landsat, which dates back to 1970s. So you really can't go before that, and data quality at that time was very, very noisy. So I'm kind of limited in how far back I can go. But I would say this is a situation that's constantly remedied by passing time. So what is important in my mind is to have those monitoring systems that Denise also talked about this, that we are constantly monitoring our system so that 10 years down the line, we have 10 more years of data to go by. So we cannot, for the lack of funding, we cannot let these monitoring systems lapse. We need to have that foresightedness that we keep investing in a continuing monitoring system. We do continue to monitor our system and to keep our surveys going and the large scale surveys going so that we have that data to go back to. If not today, then 10 years down the line, 20 years down the line, we will be able to tell more what is going on with our system.
I mean, we say it's constantly.
I completely agree with Shruti and consider her to be an expert on all these amazing emerging technologies. I guess the only thing I would add is there's a great paper back in 2008, Milley et al., in which they declare stationarity is dead. And I think that that framework, just even accepting that statement and thinking about it and applying it to your system and everything is kind of where we're at right now. And another quote from that paper is, in a non-stationary world, continuity of observations is critical. And so that just supports what Shruti was saying about not allowing monitoring to lapse.
I think we had a paper by the same title in the law review about 5 years later. That's the delay before the lawyers get there. It's about a 5-year period. Yeah, I guess the only thing I'd add to that is to explicitly call out the rate of political change right now. I think is pretty unprecedented for a lot of us, unless you're getting all the way back to maybe the 60s to early 70s. Loss of federal partners, loss of expertise is really a remarkable thing. And a pretty terrible thing, frankly, that we have to be able to make up for as best we can. Right? We got a water project to manage, we've got endangered species to manage, we got mitigation to do. That stuff's going to keep flowing, and so figuring out how the state can step up and fill those roles, knowing that the federal government writ large is often going to hamstring the really good people who are trying to work on these issues. Means that we need to be aware both of continuity and monitoring and making sure that we're doing our own analyses when we don't feel like we can trust federal analyses, right? And to the extent we can, catching the people from federal service, these great scientists who maybe are losing jobs, losing their place, finding places that they can fit into the state system. It's expensive, right? But we're a big state, we've got some money, we can do that. That's my accelerating change right now. I keep zooming out, but
I don't know what you're talking about. I actually, for the last 12 years, I worked at National Marine Fisheries Service in the California Central Valley office, where I worked on the Central Valley project, and then beginning of last month, I started a job at CFW for reasons. Yeah. And it's been a learning experience for me. I think I'm very fortunate in my position. So yeah, a lot of what was said resonates with me. But I think maybe what I'd like to do is build off of some of what Truth and Denise, you were talking about with sort of emerging technologies like AI or machine learning or remote sensing, and how that's maybe reshaping the feedback loops that are inherent in adaptive management programs. And maybe sort of the larger question is, how do we ensure that we close the loop when we're getting all this information relatively quickly? You also want to touch on an evolving baseline. That's cool too. I like that. But how, with new tools, how is that changing adaptive management?
So I thought one way to talk about this would be through examples. So I have a couple of examples here from our own studies, and one of them is chemical treatment of invasive species in the Delta, invasive aquatic species in particular that I'm talking here. And the example that I bring up, although we are working on the response of floating species also on herbicides, but I'm going to talk about submerged a little. So a few years ago, I think 2022, 2023, we published 2 papers on the efficacy of fluridone, for example, for treating submerged aquatic vegetation in the Delta. And one of those was a pretty impressive, very multi-agency collaboration of an intense field study led by Louise Conrad at the time. She started it, and then Nick Rasmussen continued leading it. And so that was a pretty intense field study that also measured the concentration of the herbicide in the ground, and all of the other water quality parameters, all of this. At the same time, concurrent with that, I was doing a landscape level, multi-year kind of remote sensing based study on the efficacy of the same herbicide. So we had this pairing up, the school pairing up of a much larger scale study that's not as deep in terms of all of the factors that I'm looking at, but it is a lot more robust to, is there really an effect or not, right? And the field level study that is trying to dig more into why exactly is the big study telling me what it was telling me. And the 2 studies together were able to show that in the system, in the Delta, fluridone doesn't work great in tidally active environments, right? And it also showed that with the tide coming in and going out, basically 60% of the variability in the herbicide concentration could be explained with the tidal cycle, right? So these observations from both of these papers then, lead to a change in how management is done in the Delta with submerged aquatic species. What the point that I want to make here is there are tons of studies out there on how fluridone affects submerged vegetation of all kinds, right? But it is extremely important to still do an efficacy analysis in your own system, because your system is unique. And you cannot just assume that because 50 other studies have said that this treatment is effective at this scale, that it's going to be effective in your system. So that's the first point I want to make. And that is how then that adaptive cycle has to happen within your own system, where you discover, okay, yes, in my system, I have these limitations, I need to account for these. And maybe I have to try something different, right? And then the other example would be, we have a lot of money invested in the Delta in restorations, right? And going back to what I was talking about, Google Earth Engine, we developed this system of looking at Sentinel-2 imagery, doing a rough, looking at vegetation indices of over restoration sites and being able to kind of track how the restoration site evolves over time. To some extent, we are also able to map invasive species in those sites, and that would allow us, hopefully, to tell in reasonably good time within, on the scale of, let us say, a couple of months, whether your restoration site is going off tracks, right? And maybe you can bring in intervention much faster. So, for example, right now with Lookout Slough, we are paying particular attention to Lookout Slough to see how it is developing with, submerged vegetation beginning to come in. And we are looking at our imagery and we are trying to make sure that we do a good job of telling what's going on with that site. So, like these examples, as remote sensing is able to tell you information more and more quickly, then your adaptive management cycle has to adjust to that information coming in more quickly, and maybe have those triggers in there which then spur different actions.
Shruti, your research is awesome. I'm glad you're keeping track of the council. It's super cool. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the you had mentioned AI and machine learning, other things like that, and so I'm probably going to give an unsatisfactory response here, but I just wanted to say this is something that I've been really interested in learning about. I've been talking to people on the ground who are doing monitoring and asking them how they're automating their data collection and processing. So I've gone around to different groups. Generally, I'm hearing a lot more examples from applications that are already have these amazing big data, aerial imagery, remote sensing, and they already have a workflow in place where they're taking, Sentinel-2 data, and then they kind of already have a pipeline going anyways. And so it's, there's a really great examples of studies that are able to automate certain aspects of that. I'm hearing less examples of, we're on the ground capturing fish in these trawl nets. How do you automate your data collection there, right? You don't. But you can come up with ways to make your data entry process more efficient, or perhaps the QA/QC process to get that not sitting in a stack of papers on someone's desk. A staff member who is super tired from all the field work doesn't have time to come back, clean nets, and also enter data and get it analyzed, right? That's the whole thing. It takes years to get it analyzed. So I just want to put a little plug in that I'm interested in getting a special session going for Beta Science Conference on this topic. So it's kind of why I was saying I might have an unsatisfactory answer now, but I'm really hoping to bring this together and so that you guys can learn more about it. Let's see.
Denise, can I add a little bit
Yes,
to that before
of
you
course.
move on to a different point? I have observed a lot of change in IEP, for example, along those lines. So we have now data stewards within IEP who have worked towards, actually there is a data utilization work group in IEP, and they did a thorough deep dive on these systems of taking in data entry in automated ways on iPads and things like that. They explored platforms and they initiated the process of actually moving towards that so that we are not doing, paper data sheets anymore. And they also work towards automated QA/QC of all of these data in R, so that some of that QA/QC even happens automatically. So I just wanted to plug in that that is actually already happening in the Bay Delta surveys. That's exciting to see.
Yeah, that's really great. So maybe just a quick follow-up question, and then I'm going to pivot to questions for if anyone has them. I have plenty more questions, and I'd love to talk to you guys forever. But I don't know, maybe people would, vibe with it. I don't know. But my follow-up question is, okay, given that, it doesn't feel or seem as though, data, accessibility or monitoring is the limiting factor, what then becomes the limiting factor of moving through the adaptive management cycle?
I would say, I think on the, just real quick to flag it, I would be remiss if I didn't mention, I think the water accounting side, there's a spot where we're really missing that data still. Water use reporting is very low. The delta is a bright spot on that. There's some really good work going on there on water use reporting, but throughout the state, it's abysmal. I think it's probably not too strong a term, and the data we get tends to be missing. There's very little QA, QC that goes on with that data, especially compared to some place like Colorado, which has like really good water data. They know who's flipping the levers and where that water is going and what the water use actually is. So that's a big holdup for us, for sure.
Any other perspectives, or if not, I'm
Just one thing I would mention with that regard, or rather, it's not the whole that you were talking about, but a different whole is that we need to recognize, as the state and federal agencies working in this system, that the world of analyzing data is changing around us. And I feel that our IT departments haven't really caught up to that reality. Cloud sources, cloud systems to store your data, to analyze your data, memberships to good AI programs are all still, we don't think in terms of investing in those yet. And a lot of these systems are moving from a front-loading investment to a service system. All of these things are moving to services where you have to pay monthly fees to access some of these things, and our mindset hasn't changed to that, and it really does need to. And we need to be agile in responding to that. And recently, CDFW IT department came up with this policy email that actually was discouraging the use of accessing those systems until they develop a policy. I get that, but I'm really afraid that are they going to limit what we can access and what we can't? And I would suggest that we really need to get together and figure out how we can keep our data, sensitive data, safe, but at the same time allow the scientists the ability to access these things, which can really speed up our work a lot. That is a great plug for the Delta Laboratory. Thank you.
Okay, so I do have more questions, but I would turn it over to the audience or those online. If there are any things, if any of the conversation piqued your curiosity, you want to follow up with a question, I encourage you to do so.
Hello. So that last question was really interesting to me, because I feel my understanding is that Pearson management to go through the management, adaptive management cycle, you have to communicate what you're finding. And so I heard a little bit about how we're internally processing the data and changes to data. So I'm curious about hearing a little bit about how what you have found to be successful in communicating maybe those changing baselines to what basically called decision makers. But just communicating that out when data is changed or when partnerships change. How do you make that clear to the next person in the line of adaptive management?
So the question about communication, how do we facilitate the communication, translation of science and management and policy?
Yeah, I think you're both looking at me, so I guess I think it's really hard. It's a really good question, and I think even doing the first round of educating for policymakers is hard, and then telling them, hey, we were mostly right, but we were off on this little point, or this thing didn't pan out. Maintaining that trust, I think, is hard. Trusting that what you're telling them is what they should rely on happening, that they're going to have to go back through a regulatory process again, I think is very hard. It is, I think, a big argument for, even if it's not perfect, making decisions up front that are going to last and that will endure even if we're getting things wrong. One of the good examples of, and actually the case law is on the side of this. So those of you who were around in like 2008 with the big round of litigation over the operation, the BIOPS for the State Water Project and Central Valley Project, the NRDC, the Kempthorne decision that said that the Delta management for the Delta smelt, kind of adaptive management process there was not legal under the Endangered Species Act. And the court was actually really clear there. It said the reason for that is that if bad things happen, if we get things wrong, if it turns out the smelt aren't doing as well as we hoped they would do, we kick back into another regulatory process where we have a group that meets and talks about this, and they make recommendations that may or may not be accepted. And the court said that's too uncertain because there's no guarantee that anything's actually going to happen, that there won't be any change down the road. And then we turn to the temperature triggers for the winter run Chinook salmon in the Sacramento River. Same judge says that the adaptive management for them is just fine, because even though there's uncertainty, even though we don't know what's going to happen with them, even though we're wrestling with a lot of the same issues we were wrestling with the smelt, there are definite triggers that we know what we will do if the numbers are low. We know how we're going to adjust our temperature management, and we know when reinitiation under a BIOP would get pulled back in. So we've got the same amount of uncertainty, and it's not just communicating that uncertainty, but also avoiding going back to your policy and decision makers later by trying to do as much as you can up front and not fiddling with the stuff under the hood unless you have like really fundamental change that can't be accommodated with an upfront framework. So I guess my advice is like avoid doing it if you can, because it is really challenging to do.
Okay, so because we're running a little bit behind on time, we're actually going to close this panel session right now. Hopefully the panelists will be around today, maybe tomorrow, and if you have questions that you didn't get a chance to ask, please reach out. And I just wanted to again thank the panelists because this was really great, and I have more questions than I started with, but that's okay. That's what a workshop's for. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for being a great moderator.
Okay, and with that, we'll move into our next break. That slide is wrong. We'll be coming back at 10:55, so 7 minutes. We're going to make up some time with the agenda. Thank you very much. 10:55.
This will be the first of two sessions of adaptive management case studies. My name is Elizabeth Bersati. I'm an adaptive management liaison at the Delta Stewardship Council. So our previous session described some ways in which adaptive management could be advanced in the Delta. As we've already said, it often does not follow the orderly steps that you see on the little wheel or on your stickers that you've probably picked up. So these next two sessions will describe the realities of adaptive management on the ground, from the planning stage through implementation and post-project monitoring, and from project to program level. So you can think of this as adaptive management in practice. These case studies form the basis for a report that our team is developing based on interviews with today's presenters and their colleagues, and which we plan to release next June. And so the questions we are hoping to address are, what is the status of adaptive management in the Delta? What have we learned from specific projects that have implemented it, and what additional support do they need to complete the adaptive management cycle? And what are the key gaps or areas of future development, and what are the relevant timeframes? So together, these case studies demonstrate that adaptive management has had clear progress in the last decade, but there are definitely gaps and challenges remaining. And so we hope to show that, yes, adaptive management is really happening in the Delta, but like everything else in the Delta, it's complicated. So we're going to have 4 talks now and 4 talks after lunch. And we'll have time for questions after each of these talks. And for the speakers, you've got a clicker up here. And we have a timekeeper. And so with that, our first speaker is Stacy Sherman from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Great, thank you. So today I'm going to talk about adaptive monitoring. So if you look at the adaptive management loop, number 6 there says design and implement your monitoring program. So for adaptive monitoring, we're going to take that idea and blow it up into its own field. And so the Delta Independent Science Board is already working on something that's analogous to this, but there are other models out there in the literature. We have double loops. I really like this triple loop with rangelands. So you got management and research and monitoring with data management in the middle. Very important. But to be honest, sometimes there's a lot of moving parts, and this is more representative of what we're doing. So I'm going to throw this up when I'm to indicate those times. So regardless of the model, planning is the first step. And the first step of planning is to identify your question and your objectives. So my monitoring program is in service of the fish restoration program. And that exists to restore 8,400 acres of tidal wetlands in the Delta and Mississippi Marsh as mitigation for the operation of the Central Valley State Water Projects. So this is required by federal and state permits for the benefit of Delta smelt, Lumpen smelt, and spring run and winter run Chinook. The program objectives are to enhance food production and availability, promote productivity and tidal transport resources, and increase the amount and quality of salmon and rare habitat. And altogether should be supporting the survival of species. So we know since that most of the wetlands in the estuary were taken away, we lost a boatload of productivity with that. We know from elsewhere that juvenile salmonids tend to do pretty well with tidal wetland restoration. So, pretty solid premise behind those mitigation requirements. But we live in a very, very altered estuary. So effectiveness monitoring is really important, and it was also required by the permits. So my little team could have just decided what we're going to do, defined and implemented the monitoring program. But it was really important to have a broader perspective on this. So we developed the Interagency Ecological Program, IEP, Tidal Wetland Monitoring Project Work Team. We've had really good participation across state and federal agencies, water contractors, academics, private and nonprofit organizations. And our first order of business was to develop a set of conceptual models as to how we thought tidal wetland restoration would affect the fish of interest. And so this was a big effort. 21 authors from 9 organizations put together a very well supported report of these 9 interrelated conceptual models that were all structured similarly to the Delta smelt master model. So using those conceptual models, we developed a set of hypotheses that are at the center of the next product. So that's a framework for tidal wetland monitoring in the upper estuary. And along with the hypotheses, we defined a set of metrics that would be needed to address the hypotheses. We recommended sampling methods. We recommended a before-after control impact sampling design. We recommended analyses and data management principles. And here's our first loop, because we needed to recommend sampling methods, and we had a very large group of opinionated people who didn't necessarily agree on what to recommend. And so we embarked on a set of peer evaluations. So at the time, UC Davis was conducting the North Delta ARC study. They were already otter trawling. So they were kind enough to coordinate with us and join our little flotilla to do their regular otter trawling while we did Montana sets and towed a smaller version of the Kodiak trawl. This was to look at more open bodies of water. And then we also worked with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Delta Juvenile Fish Monitoring Program, the JFMP, to compare their beach staying to the Limcarinet fish like beach staying. So we took the data back to the project work team, and we published it as an IEP newsletter article, and we decided that otter trawl and beach staying would be our recommended methods. However, we were going to hold on to the Limcarinet, and that was going to be our option when we couldn't do either of the recommended methods. It turns out that was a really good thing. So if you have not been otter trawling in the Delta, especially in the skinny little waters where we trawl, there are very few places where you can do it effectively. Similarly, as DJFMP found with their Liberty Island study, when you have a developing wetland, your beaches tend to go away. So vegetation grows in, and if they're still there, accessing them is very, very difficult. So by the end of the Liberty Island study, so the red dots indicate the initial sampling places. There are just a couple that are now still sampleable. So for invertebrates, there was no question that we would just use the standard nets that everyone else is using for meso macrozooplankton, but we were sampling other types of invertebrates as well. So we did need to do gear comparisons for those. On this slide and future slides, I have some graphs that I'm not going to interpret for you because of time, but I wanted to indicate that these were database decisions, and I'll have where the data is documented to. So even when you have standard nets, in these environments, you can't always deploy them in a standard way. So it's good to be flexible here too. So we have a flux method, we do hand tow sometimes, there's the old cast and retrieve. But a couple of our scientists were concerned about the cast and retrieve. We didn't have a lot of consistency there, and we're trying to do it with a mycin net, which is hard, it's really big. And so that led to lots of, they were only like a floating platform that could go out a certain distance, and then you could pop the net off and you'd know how far you had pulled it. And that led to me stealing from my own family and the invention of the boogie board method. All right, so here's another big, at the same time that all these peer evaluations are going on, we had some folks who were saying, we really need to do all of that sampling. IEPs out there, look how much coverage they have, it's a lot. Maybe you don't need to do all of that. And that would have been a big cost and time saver, would have prevented some listed species take. However, we were fairly sure that we were going to have differences in the biological communities between the environments that IEP typically samples and the very tiny little channels that we were really interested in characterizing. But we couldn't just say, nah, we're going to ignore you. We had to show it. So we started a series of collaborations with IEP surveys. So for zooplankton, we worked with EMP in 20 millimeter, and for 3 years, in the spring or the summer, we sampled shallow areas while they sampled the normal channel stations. We did find differences in abundance, so the conclusion was we do need to sample our own zooplankton. For fish, that was only 2 years. It was a very obvious difference. We partnered with Tonet and Ball Midwater Trawl and decided, yes, we need to sample our own fish. So there was a fair bit of doing in our planning stage, but for our normal programmatic sampling, the fish restoration program is capped out at 11 projects. We have reference sites to go to projects, and we also sample the adjacent water bodies. So it's a total of 27 potential sampling locations. In addition to the 5 invertebrate communities and fish, we also characterize general wetland condition, and we sample nutrients, organic carbon, phytoplankton, and just abiotic characteristics. And that is a lot of samples. So I have 8 permanent and 2 seasonal staff, and it takes all of us to get these samples taken. We're on very small boats, manual labor, it's hard. But a subset of these same people are turning those samples into data. So every invertebrate sample comes back as a blob of detritus, and the tiny little pink things get sorted from that and then identified. The water that comes back needs to get filtered and parsed into many different little vials to go back for analysis. The same people are doing the prep work. So all the chemical mixing, the washing, the song calibration, and lots of net minting, as you saw from the on the 12 slide. And the same people are doing data management. So from the field to the database, through many lines of code for QC and potential publishing on the Environmental Data Initiative. So next is evaluate, communicate, respond. So we are obligated to produce annual summary reports. It doesn't make sense. We don't have capacity to do a full analysis every single year. So these are summary reports, snapshots of all of the locations. But it is important to do that analysis. And we're just now to the point where we have 5 years of data for our oldest project. And so young in the situation of an evolving wetland, but we are starting those analyses, and I'm running out of time, so I'm not going to talk too much about them. But this is the next step in the bigger adaptive management loop. So this is working towards closing that. And then on the smaller loop for our monitoring program, we do have an annual cycle where we look at what we have done, we learn from what we've been able to do, and we propose how we're going to allocate our effort, any changes, and take that to the project work team, get review, bring it back, get another written review, and then finally have an annual work plan. So I'm just going to say number 6 in the adaptive management, we all just not do justice to monitoring. And if you're developing a program, you really think about everything that goes into it. It's not just the sampling. The collaboration is really important. And one of the takeaways from the analysis that we talk about is that reference size are 100% necessary. It's really, really important. So I want to thank our funders, our partners, and all of the people who are part of the team and have been part of the team. Thank you. Okay, one question.
Okay, maybe you get a question later.
Yeah, my team and I will be out with Nelson tomorrow, so we're gonna bring our gear and we can see what it is we do.
And our next speaker will be Jeff Caudill from California State Parks Division of Boating Waterways.
Good morning, folks. My name is Jeffrey Caudill. I'm the program supervisor for the Aquatic Invasive Plant Control Program, and I work for California State Parks. And I want to go through a couple of different what we call demonstration investigation zones. These are opportunities for our program to improve upon what we've done in the past, and just trying to go through this in about 12 minutes or so. So in terms of the plan and goals, we started in 82, thanks to some regulation on water hyacinth, and the need to control that in the Delta. And so a couple of years later, there was a couple of boats, a couple of folks on those boats, a couple of bottles of herbicide, and we're hunting water hyacinth. And since then, we've come a long ways. So our goal is to control aquatic invasive plants in the California Delta, and we're doing so to support the economy, the environment, and public health. Many of the challenges that others face along with our program could be available tools and resources available, such as budget, funding, personnel, otherwise. And we've had challenges with just using single tools in order to try and solve the water problem. We started with 1 invasive plant, then we did 2, and today we've got 10. So it's very difficult for us to take a one-size-fits-all approach to manage this entire problem that we've got. So our plan was to use integrated pest management, which is try to use all the tools that we have available to try to be more successful and more effective at what you do. Another way of looking at it as adaptive management. Because we've had an adaptive management program. We've had budget cuts over the years, we've had different challenges with staffing, and so we're trying to work smarter side of as much as we can. So as I've mentioned here, most of our challenges have been around resources, but another one that's been tough for us is monitoring. In the beginning, again, as I joke, it's onto the water hyacinth. So if we complaints or other hotspot areas that we know of, we're just trying to tackle those areas as best we can, be very reactive. And one of the goals we tried to assess over the years is to try to be more proactive in what we do. So I'm going to talk about 2 different studies that we've gone through. And so when I say study, this isn't necessarily a research study, maybe more of a select report, maybe a white paper, but just try something new for our program to find out if it works or not. So the first thing we want to do is talk about tank mix. So as I mentioned in the past, we generally took one herbicide and tried to use that as much as we can. Now there's a couple of challenges. It's very difficult to find one herbicide that's going to impact all the plants that we're looking at favorably, control, and also avoid herbicide resistance. And so one of the things that we have done over the past 5 years is take a look at all the tools we've got, and we tried to look at different combination of these tools, which would allow us to gain better effectiveness or better efficacy, along with trying to combat herbicide resistance. And so we took these different plots and we looked at different herbicides that we had available. We had an idea of what was going to work and maybe what wasn't. Contact herbicides for FAB tend to look like they work very well. There's no root systems that FAB grows next week. Systemic herbicides take a little longer to work, but we found it's generally more effective in the long term. And so what we did is we took some of the field crews that were going to help us out with this, the ones that didn't like this idea the most, because that's probably the strongest side point for us to be successful, is you get the people that are going to do a good job and we're quite sure the percentage is going to be, and we're going to move forward with that. The results here essentially show that we had found a couple of opportunities with our tank mix, if you know, or different combination of tools that were more effective than others. And these combinations that we're looking at here were not historically used for this program. So we have found a way to reduce the amount of herbicide loading in a system. We have found a way to reduce the amount of resources that are needed in a specific area to help actually gain successful control. So typically in the past we used deficits, also known as conduct, and we have had very success with that. However, we've also found that we are using another product that actually is called Mazamox. This is known as Clearcast, this is a trade name. One of the challenges we have with making this decision is that the Mazamox costs about 6 tons per acre if you had treatment of what glyphosate costs. So we found another product that is more effective. However, with a limited budget, it also potentially means that we have to reduce the amount of coverage that a program is going to have, and we have to work with that. By combining these two tools, we found a way to be more successful so that we have to visit the site fast to be in control, which in the end did allow our resources to go in. So we've got some pictures here. There were a lot of pictures. Unfortunately, not a lot of time to talk about it, but what we found is that obviously the control site was just green plants all the way down, and we looked at 0 to 28 weeks. And we took a look and surveyed at all these different plots, 1 to 2 weeks apart, all the way, as I mentioned, 28 weeks. We found that contact herbicides tend to not work very well. It looks like the efficacy works really well right away. You hit a plant with herbicide, it browns in a couple of days until you forget about yourself. You go back a week or 2 later, and it's very healthy, very green because it's regrown, because you didn't completely kill the plant. But the contact herbicide is like throwing acid on something. Unfortunately, you're only going to contact part of the plant, and that's what you're going to impact. And the root system, which is generally in the water, was not going to be impacted. So it wasn't a long-term solution. So, for example, we tried glyphosate dichlor, glyphosate contact herbicide. We found pretty good use for that for submersible product vegetation, and unfortunately, not very good use for foliar product vegetation. So it helped us understand better as a team and to put it in a report that we have different tools that we use for different situations, which allows us to move away from kind of one size fits all approach. The other thing I want to talk about is monitoring. So what we call the dashboard. We had the opportunity a couple of years ago to start working with NASA and the Sentinel-2 satellites. So Dr. Shutikana earlier talked about the Landsat satellites, which is something that we had started with NASA on a USDA funded program called DROP. And in that, we realized we had a great opportunity to try and increase our monitoring capability and deploy the block vegetation of FAB. Because in the past, we didn't really have a good tool. There were limited resources outside, whether it's UC Davis or CDW, PWR. They had some very limited, maybe once a year visual on what's going on, a real sensing and what's going on in the Delta where the plants are. Since this is a very dynamic system, that wasn't really very helpful for us. Neither is driving around a bunch of most for someone to throw their dictionary at you because it plants that something. So we've had this opportunity, as I mentioned, to work with NASA, and now we get satellite imagery from Sentinel satellites, and provided there's not significant cloud cover, we end up getting something every 10 days or so. The resolution here is about 10 meters square. So the goal here is if something is green, say 50% or more, it's gonna highlight that pixel, and it gives us an idea of where the plant populations might be. So we can try and track what the problems are, we can try and track what the trends may be in the nursery sites. So this gives us a better advantage over the years. Looking back a few years with the existing data and moving forward, to be able to manage this adaptively as we go throughout the treatment season instead of just getting back together at the end of the year to find out how we did this year and we did next year. So this is pretty fantastic. It doesn't give us very good winter data, unfortunately, we get a cloud cover. So we usually get most of our imagery throughout our treatment season, which is much different. So here's an example of, on the left side, you're going to see a picture, and so this is publicly available data. You can actually find this on the internet. Sentinel website you go to. And if you zoom into an area, what you see on the left is generally what you're going to see just a publicly available picture. Now, the dashboard that we have worked with NASA to help develop, we're going to something on the right, which gives us something more quantifiable and it's going to show pictures where you can kind of see what the plants are. So if someone were to say, for example, hey, the site is 20% impacted, we could find out what that means. Because if that site is very narrow, 20% impacted could mean that navigability is a problem for that site. It's a large site, 20% might not be so bad. So it gives us a little better example of where everything is in terms of problems and what we need to do to handle that. So I'm actually just going to quickly go through some additional successes since it is going pretty fast, which is great. So we worked on several different products. So as you heard earlier, the two tools we usually use is glyphosate for floating aquatic vegetation and Florida is systemic product for submerged aquatic vegetation. And there are challenges with both of those. Talking about glyphosate a little bit, challenge with Florida is it's a systemic herbicide. So you have to have what's called concentration exposure time. I have to be able to expose these plants to a certain concentration for a long period of time, which is incredibly difficult in the Delta, which is a very dynamic system. And we also have challenges with we have to manage the range of the concentration that we use, which is pretty much right at the edge of the efficacy of the product, while making sure we don't impact, say, food crops or anything else. So this is what we had to work with. And we try to branch forward by looking at other contact herbicides, which are generally going to be more effective, but we have to have more mitigation measures on them because of the potential impacts that we have in food revenue areas. And the fall is one of them. So, as I mentioned, one size fits all approaches don't work very well. Endothol, we're targeting about 3 of the 6 domestic aquatic plants. So that we have to be very careful with it. Plus, it's got some irrigation restrictions, which means we have to talk to all the irrigation, all the agricultural growers in the area to be able to have their pumps for offset. We've also done dipole, which is another side. We've had more success with that because it has less restrictions on, say, crops and irrigation, and it's also about a third of the price of endothol. So, unfortunately, I hate to talk about cost, but when your budget is very low, you have to look at what is worth, what's more bang for the buck. So I mentioned, for example, our budget was $12 million when I first started this program about 10 years ago, and today it's about $5.5 million. So we've had to really restrict what we're doing with our tools and making sure that our resources are used wisely to be able to continue to manage this large area with the limited tool set that we have. But we've had good efficacy of both of these, and we are hopeful that we're going to try to put those together and see it together. We're going to be able to target all 6 of us in this plan. Each one targets 3 that the others do not, of the 6. Very quickly, we just took a look at dipole versus fluoridone. As I mentioned earlier, fluoridone is not very effective, unfortunately, because there's too many factors in play when you're trying to keep the concentration of the chemical in the water. But dipole is something that you can keep concentration to 6 hours in the water, you can have very good efficacy. So we actually have pretty good efficacy here, where, for example, when you use fluoridone, we actually saw a 3% increase in this particular site over time. We did control it in the sense of holding it back from growing because this plant could probably triple or quadruple the amount of time that was given. So that's good, except for actually a cheaper cost. We used the contact herbicide and we ended up going from 37% to about 5%. I just want to mention we did try drones because I'm almost out of time here. It's just another application method. And the ideal here is if the room's fully impacted, so if this room is really full of chairs and no one can get in, fly drone and take care of it and you know, and say stop the grips. So we found very good efficacy here in terms of it allows us access to areas of treat that we didn't have access to before. So a couple of pictures here on the time. We talked about so we did try biocontrol. It was a great opportunity. Unfortunately, the plants are hardier in the winter here than the weevils and pineapples we tried. So kind of back to the drawing board on that, but we're going to try it because it's a great opportunity to have something else to naturally hold back and try and basically try and help control the water hyacinth in this case. Next steps, we hope to try new tools, maybe a new biocontrol out there, different combinations of herbicides and the herbicides that we're looking at, along with physical controls that can put the natural public curtains. We also hope to look for increased monitoring. We found monitoring helps us allocate resources to where they need to be again working smarter and not harder. And I want to thank everyone for this opportunity to talk with all of you today. Thank you to the Stewardship Council, and I'll take any questions at this time.
I will say one question. Henry, go ahead.
Are there any estimates on how much SAB and FAB for this across the Delta?
That's an excellent question. And so I guess for those online who can't hear that, the question was, is there an estimate how much FAB and SAB there is across the Delta? So we do have some estimates of FAB. One of the challenges we're looking into with the sentinel satellites is it picks up everything that's green within a pixel, which might include some tree overhang or green habitat. That picks up 60% on the land, and it picks something up. So we have estimates that are very good. In SAB, the challenge we have it there, we have very good hydroacoustic mapping to collect that. It's called 2 people about 5 miles an hour on a boat. It's about 10 feet wide, not much of data. And so if we want to hire like four people, all they do, I think 2,000 hours a year is just go through the Delta. We might be able to answer that question for you. We don't have that yet. There's always a chance that we might be able to pass on that, but the challenge, of course, is the function in the water and its turbidity, making it difficult to be able to see what's down there. Good question. All right, thank you all so much.
And next up, we have Molly Farrell and Tyler Anthony from the California Department of Water Resources.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tyler Anthony. I'm a senior environmental scientist with Molly Farrell at DWR and the Land Stewardship Program in the Division of Multi Benefit Initiatives. We got the pleasure of providing our 2 talks today, so we'll try to be as effective as we can. Adapt on the fly. But I have the pleasure of presenting on one of DWR's great successes in adaptive management is DWR's subsidence for coastal islands on Sherman River Island. They've really been enacted to stop subsidence in the Delta, so I'm sure we're all well aware of subsidence in the Delta and conservation of peat soils. But it really has potential threats to both the Delta and our state's water supply, so it's really indeed an interest to stop subsidence, but it also has many co-benefits, including reducing greenhouse gas emissions and sequestering carbon, as well as enhancing Delta habitats where possible. So really, I wanted to take this example to really walk us through the wheel. As I think it's one of the great successes, but maybe don't get to talk about some of the active work that we're doing today. But I'm really starting with the problem statement again that historic drainage has caused severe subsidence. So we define the statement, and that subsidence threatens levee stability, increases flood risk, and limits our ability to enact certain restoration practices. And because of this disconnect between sea level and land elevation. And really, the saltwater intrusion risks impacts to our water supply and ecosystem and health across the Delta. And so it's really important to address this in the long-term sustainability of the Delta and our water supply. And then, so some of the project goals and objectives, so 2 on the wheel is to reverse and halt subsidence, primarily through promoting anaerobic conditions to slow up organic soil oxidation. And this, of course, we found that has multiple co-benefits, including greenhouse gas reduction, carbon sequestration, and habitat creation. So really, this all started with early research and conceptual models informed by Everglades and studies by Steve Devereaux in the United States today to really validate and estimate our potential for subsidence reversal through wetland restoration on these peat soils. And then these small scale trials really got upscaled to our first on the ground trial of the West Pond project in the late 90s at 15 acres, and have this further defined water depth. So continue to go through the wheel and scale this up. As we select actions that are at the research scale, at the pilot scale, or at the full scale implementation. And then quickly learn to expand this to improving ongoing monitoring of carbon and greenhouse gas emissions. And so really, this takes us to steps 4 through 6 in the action timeline, but really all steps of the wheel here is that we started in the 90s with TWR's land acquisition, and then implemented some small scale pilot projects, and then continue to iterate those up to scale to now all the way up to Will Belly, we're 1,000 acre projects today. We're continuing to learn and adapt from our findings from these smaller scale projects. And so really, perhaps the most important message we're trying to make today is that this ongoing monitoring and data collection is really what got us here in the first place. And so we have ongoing greenhouse gas emissions monitoring, vegetation and invasive species monitoring and management. Now starting to learn that there are interactions between those two variables and salinity and water levels. So really trying to more actively manage our systems to maximize those benefits. But we also need to continue to measure soil accretion and make sure that we're continuing to meet the goals of the initial reason these wetlands were created. As well as just quantifying species abundance and just the other multiple co-benefits that these projects are delivering for the Delta and Delta's ecosystems. But really, we also want to communicate this value of long-term data. We've been at the Delta Stewardship Council communicating that really this long-term data is really changing our decision-making and understanding of, even just for example, I'm biased here with my greenhouse gas and carbon sequestration background, but if we only had 5 years of data, we make very different decisions on how we monitor or how we would implement, design, and quantify the climate benefits for these systems. And so really leveraging this long-term data is really helping us make better decision-making for the long term, both for the Delta, but also for our larger society and affecting our supply. And so really we're trying to take these lessons learned from Sherman and Twitchell, as well as the work that Molly's going to talk about in a second, and really help scale this effort in the land stewardship program. So that's a good transition to the next.
All right, I'm going to talk about stewardship. So DWR is, really into doing stewardship. So in the last 25 years, for different mandate reasons, it's been developing habitat across mostly the Delta. So we really own approximately 48,000 acres of habitat and other lands that really are planning stages or other types of projects that didn't happen. So transitioning from creating to managing projects, I just wanted to talk about this map real quick. So blue highlights the pre-2012 lands that were acquired, and red highlights lands purchased between 2012 and 2022. So that's nearly a third of the acres were acquired between 2012, 10 years. So it's all happening pretty quick, and there's more habitat coming online. And we're going to win the wheel competition. So early in the 1990s, DWR started creating habitat projects. In general, there was a lack of understanding of the need for regular maintenance, and so it took some years to see how these projects would become overrun with invasive weeds. A lot of these are terrestrial in the early stages. So especially in the Delta, where peat soils contribute to abundant invasive weeds. So regular frequent site monitoring is really essential to control weeds and deal with problems before they get too expensive and cause other issues. So this photo is an example of Bradford Island's mitigation site that had become dominated by Himalayan blackberry, and this very volatile, which we didn't realize, but in this fire, it actually fueled the complete annihilation of the site in 2021. In addition, long-term monitoring and data science is really key to understanding the trends, especially related to climate change impacts. DWR created a land stewardship program in 2024 to integrate nature-based solutions for multi-benefit and habitat restoration projects that meet various objectives like 30 by 30 and to protect DWR's investment in these properties. The land stewardship program is supported by the long-term habitat management program, which was started in 2018 and has a small annual allocation of general funds to manage 7,000 acres of those 48,000. These acres are unique within DWR as they are primarily enhancement and not mitigation, so we're not required to monitor. The subsidence reversal projects Tyler was talking about and the Dutch Slough Tidal Marsh Restoration Project, so I'll talk about our enhancement. With this funding, DWR has been able to test drive adaptive management from on-the-ground seasonal immediate maintenance and to long-term innovative research that informs actions and decisions. Dutch Slough is an adaptive management testing ground. It was originally designed by a scientific technical advisory committee to inform and answer questions about tidal wetland restoration. The 3 parcels were designed as replicates. The technical advisory committee developed a 400-page adaptive management plan to guide scientific inquiry, but without any dedicated funding. A unique aspect of this project was that it was pre-vegetated prior to breaching. Using the adaptive management plan, we were able to monitor over pre and post breach timeline across disciplines. So we started a research working group during construction, just for logistical reasons, because there are people on site with a lot of equipment. And we continue to meet and to collaborate on research findings, publish and present results, and provide input to the next phase of the design of Dutch Slough. The collective research has shown that the project is sequestering carbon in the top 1% globally. Wildlife and insect diversity is higher here than in other older restoration projects. The sinuous, long vegetated channels and marsh plains and overall heterogeneity is showing positive signs for fish and food web production, and that the pre-vegetation is really making a difference. And that breaching has impacts, hydrologic impacts to neighboring islands. There's a real value in these meetings with staff of state agencies and these research scientists to develop practical applied research questions to help agencies meet goals. So in closing, the adaptive management loop with communication is really key to learning what's working and improving existing or planned restoration projects. The value of our partner scientists cannot be overstated. Their efforts have led to some exciting discoveries. We'll be publishing a special issue in Restoration Ecology Journal this winter. Scientists have the ability to translate their data into talking points. It helps us clearly communicate why these habitat projects are valuable and to really steer the department in a certain direction. And most importantly, communicating to fiscal providers the importance of long-term funding for adaptive management and how key that is. So the funding that our program has right now is really limited. Monitoring and managing additional acres will require more dedicated funds, so we really want to be able to communicate why this long-term funding is important. And we're trying to just close the loop on how to adapt. Thank you.
To leave anything behind. Okay. Anyone? And our final talk for this session will be Spencer Fern from Restore the Delta.
Hi everyone, my name is Spencer Fern and I'm with Restore the Delta as their science program manager. And I'm going to give a presentation today about how community monitoring of harmful algal blooms in the Stockton area of the Delta, as well as other parts with some of the projects and presentations I've given kind of impacting the adaptive management or the adaptive management circle. But I kind of want to start off by talking about what Restore the Delta is. Restore the Delta has worked since 2006 in areas of public education and outreach, and has grown over 75,000 followers throughout California. Our vision is that the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta can become a place where vibrant local economy, tourism, recreation, farming, wildlife, and fisheries thrive as a result of collaborative efforts to protect our waterways. And our goal is to connect communities, in terms of like what this presentation would be, to our regional rivers and empower communities to become the guardians of the estuary. We seek to build the next generation of water leaders, and I'll kind of go more in depth on how we might do that through this program on a future set. In talking about the adaptive management circle, you want to start off by defining the problem. The problem here are that harmful algal blooms, or HABs, occur in a vast number of locations in the Delta, which cannot feasibly be monitored by one or two agencies. And you can see in the map, this is a screenshot I pulled of the FHAB's state water monitoring map or reporting map for harmful algal blooms throughout the state of California. And I highlighted specifically around the Delta, and you can see a lot of empty spaces in there with monitoring if blooms are occurring or if they're not. And so as a solution, so the Delta's goal is to bring communities and tribes into the pictures to help monitoring efforts to ideally fill those data gaps. And to highlight what Restore the Delta has done, we started a harmful algal bloom monitoring program in Stockton, in that area, around 2022, 2021, to kind of go regularly monitor those sites, and it was in an effort to fill in data gaps. And ideally, I think that the goal of community monitoring is to improve monitoring and data gaps throughout the site to at least get more of a hands-on approach to seeing blooms with all eyes on. And that's kind of like the last point I make there, is like the idea of having several groups of people throughout the Delta could become the central monitoring for harmful algal blooms in the Delta, making it much more effective for government agencies and even nonprofits like Restore the Delta to kind of go out and confirm what's being reported in the field. So in talking about that, I kind of want to highlight what Restore the Delta has kind of done to include community and tribes in the process of monitoring harmful algal blooms. And this has been since 2022 to current year. But I myself have given plenty of public presentations in places like this forum, or the other presentations that are more forward facing to communities. I've also gone to fishermen's groups to kind of give presentations on what to look for harmful algal blooms, to try to get the community as informed as possible. So when people, getting the message to the people who are out on the water the most, to be able to kind of go and, you know, be able to monitor and make reports for blooms, and whether that's creating a report on the FHAB monitoring site on the map on the previous slide that I was pointing to, or if it's reaching out to somebody like me and pointing out like, hey, I saw this while I was fishing, or something along those lines. And essentially that's like my goal, is to keep the community at least apprised of what's going on, and if they can get that information to me, it makes it a lot easier to confirm what they're seeing in the field. I've also worked alongside the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board. Shout out to them. They also trained our program to get started, and I've been running it forward since then. But we worked with them to help the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians to monitor harmful algal blooms internally. We went over to a marina that they have over there and kind of went through the steps. And in the picture, that was me giving some kind of like pointers for like the strip results that we use, because we use test strips to kind of monitor for harmful algal blooms on a rapid scale. But we did that, and getting that in the hands of the tribes, and we're trying to branch out to a few more tribes in the area so that they can monitor internally, and they can let their tribal leaders know whether it's safe to culturally practice or not. And lastly, I mentioned in the previous slide about how we're trying to empower the next generation of water leaders. Part of that is through our climate water advocate internships. So we hire college-age students from around Delta counties and do it to help them test harmful algal blooms in my monitoring program, but to also kind of give them experience to the Delta if they hadn't had it before, to get experience working with public agencies through grants that we're working on, to get exposure to different science and scientific methods to sampling. And so that's kind of the idea of kind of empowering further of the community, where we're getting right at students who are like local to the Delta counties and getting them information and opportunities to expand their knowledge and then ideally push the fight forward to empowering that either harmful algal blooms or the Deltas protected going on into the future. And kind of on that point, I want to highlight some of the photos we've been taking through the previous years that we've had harmful algal bloom monitoring. The leftmost picture is one that we have near one of our docking sites, which coincidentally did experience blooms this year. In the middle is one of the lab where we end up working and kind of having our samples. And I'm very appreciative of the team that I've been able to work up and work with throughout this time frame, and felt it was necessary to give them a bit of props here. Having said that, going into everything that the Delta has done so far, I think in terms of the adaptive management wheel, we're still somewhere halfway through. I think we're stuck in the due process and we're not necessarily in the evaluate and respond phase yet. But the idea that I think of like what long-term solutions would come for community HABs monitoring, what the main key point that I think of from the start is a standardized HABs monitoring practice. And I'm not sure if anybody in this room has been familiar with, but there's more work being done on a cyanobacteria harmful algal bloom monitoring strategy for the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta. It's been housed here by the Delta Stewardship Council in collaboration with a ton of other agencies like PWR, Fish and Wildlife, kind of everything to try to get everybody on the same page in monitoring for harmful algal blooms, at least visually, so that we have a standard for visually where everybody's using the same standard. And I think the idea would be using that framework and going out to communities throughout the Delta to give teach-ins, presentations, get to the heart of the community to kind of talk about here's what the government agencies and nonprofits are working on to kind of have as a collaborative goal. And this is what we came up with, which it might just be the visual index score, which is a score used from like 1 to 5 to measure how the extent of how bad a bloom is visually. And then if you have more people understanding that in those frontline Delta communities, which is another point I have in here, is like a more of an investment in those communities and helping them actually get the information they need to be able to sample HAB or like to visually monitor HABs throughout the Delta. But, you know, if you get a ton of people or a ton of those agencies working together and you have them going in and giving these presentations to people, I think that would be greatly, there'd be more of an impact, I should say, on how effective there would be Delta-wide monitoring of harmful algal blooms. And I'll point back to a point made by somebody on the panel that previously, where it was there's a CHAB monitoring and trying to predict harmful algal blooms within a 2-week time frame. And I think that, coupled with reaching out to those Delta communities, would help, you know, get everybody prepared. And the more eyes you have on the water, the better kind of data you'll have to present going forward. And I think in terms of where we're standing at, it's like that's like the long-term goal where I'm at and trying to find out where we can get to the next step of the adaptive management cycle. And that's, as of now, where my presentation will end. But its work is still going on forward. And on this slide, it's just a bunch of QR codes of like our socials or our website and our email newsletter. But I want to thank everybody for giving me the great opportunity to present here, and I'll leave it open for questions.
Questions on the page?
We predict HABs in any way, even on a shorter time. We know that happened tomorrow.
So the question
So the question was, can we predict HABs at any rate, and whether it's not even 2 weeks, but if it's something along those lines? I think to answer your question, there are indicators. For instance, if we have a drought coming up, it's usually a high telltale for me specifically to kind of keep an eye on harmful algal blooms throughout the area. But on a time scale, I don't think there's any real, at least to my knowledge, predictable outcomes for harmful algal blooms aside from equating it to those dry years and highlighting problem areas like Discovery Bay, which yearly has harmful algal blooms, or that's been Börk shoreline at the kayak launch that tend to be yearly during the summertime months, but nothing so specific as kind of being able to forecast it. You know.
Yeah, one more round of applause for. So we now have a lunch break until 1 p.m. So lunch is on your own. There are a couple of lunch options on the first floor of this building. There's also seating down there if you brought your own lunch. And if you need some other suggestions, we did post some information on the back wall. And so again, please be back here at 1 o'clock and we'll continue with more case studies.
Yes, the next slide.
All about.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. So yeah, hope you all found someplace good to eat around here. And we did want to just kind of bring you back from lunch with this quote here that I think underpins a lot of what we're hearing today, which is adaptive management is not really much more than common sense, but common sense is not always in common use. And Stephen actually found this quote, which comes from C.S. Holling, who's one of the sort of intellectual parents of the adaptive management concept, and still rings very true today. And it's just been so great for the morning, hearing so many examples from people where actually this common sense, to the extent that systems allow it, is in common use in a lot of settings. So just thanks so much to all of our panelists and speakers from the morning. With that, we are going to move into part 2 of our case studies presentations. And so I would like to first welcome up Rosemary Hartman from the Department of Water Resources.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Yes, I'm Rosemary Hartman from the Department of Water Resources, and I'm going to talk about the adaptive management of the summer-fall habitat action for Delta smelt. Now, a lot of the case studies we're talking about today are restoration projects. This is more flow management. So it's sort of a different take on, or different kind of example. I think it's particularly good because we can complete the adaptive management cycle a lot more often. First off, though, this is definitely not a Rosie Hartman story. This is a big collaborative effort. There is a multi-agency team that does the actual decision-making on a both year-to-year basis and reconsulting on various regulations to really adapt in real time. There's also a huge team collecting the data that goes into the monitoring and modeling that we use for decision-making. So huge thanks to everyone listed here. So yeah, we use an adaptive management cycle to manage our flow actions for Delta smelt. Starting with the problem, well, as I'm sure all of you know, the Delta smelt is an annual fish, only lives 1 year, and it's endemic to the estuary, highly endangered. It spawns upstream in freshwater. Then the juveniles move downstream to the low salinity zone, which in wetter years is around Sassoon Bay, Sassoon Marsh, where it grows up. And this is when we tend to have a bottleneck in the life history. Sometimes we get lots and lots of spawners, lots of larvae, and then somewhere over the summer, the population just kind of nosedives. So we want to figure out what we can do to make things better in the summer and fall. During this time period, they need high turbidity, greater than about 12 NTU, low temperatures, ideally less than 22. Salinity between about 0.5 and 6 parts per thousand, and lots of food. And by food, I mean calanoid copepods, everyone's favorite food. So for our goals and objectives of the summer fall habitat action, we have increasing delta smelt food, increasing delta smelt habitat area and quality. Between those two, increase delta smelt growth and survival, minimize water costs because DWR is a water agency. If we didn't have to provide water for people, we could do all sorts of stuff for delta smelt, but we do have to balance those needs. Minimize contaminant toxicity, and minimize impacts to other species. So then we model linkages between objectives and actions. We do have a lot of quantitative models, but I'm just giving you the quick conceptual model. We have a couple of major actions we can use to help maximize smelt food and habitat. We have X2, which is the point where the bottom salinity is 2 parts per thousand. Basically, more outflow, more freshwater outflow will move X2 further downstream. We also have the Sassoon Marsh salinity control gates, which instead of lowering salinity into Sassoon Bay, will lower salinity into Sassoon Marsh and make that habitat more available. And these are included in our regulations for the State Water Project and Central Valley Project. So when I say X2, if we move the area of low salinity into Sassoon Bay, that'll be an area with cooler temperatures, higher turbidity, and extended shallow shoals, which is really good for delta smelt. It also moves more of the high density copepods from upstream to the low salinity zone. Sassoon Marsh, when we offer those salinity control gates, basically the same thing, except instead of making habitat available in Sassoon Bay, we make it available in Sassoon Marsh. And this will also transport those calanoid copepods into the marsh. The other action we can do is further upstream, because there is a resident population of delta smelt that don't migrate. And the Yolo bypass is an area of huge productivity during the winter, since it is a floodplain. And even during the summer, the hypothesis is that we get more productivity along the tow drain and smaller ponds that are wet in the summer, that we can move down into the cache slough complex, where some of those resident delta smelt hang out. Ultimately, we want to increase smelt growth, survival, and reproduction the next year. Okay, so now we got to select our actions. Well, to select those actions, we have the actions that are included in the biological opinions, which were put together by a multi-agency team. And then every year we kind of take from that suite of actions the Delta Coordination Group, which is a team of state and federal agencies, as well as water contractors. We weigh the pros and cons, do modeling and SDM to give that high level guidance. Then there is the monitoring team, which is made up of DWR, CDFW, UC Davis, sometimes some help from USGS, Reclamation, to monitor the effectiveness of those actions. And we do outreach on a regular basis at groups like this. The DCG uses structured decision making through an integrated modeling approach. We will have a suite of slightly different variations on when to operate the salinity control gates, how to implement that north delta flow action, and use copepod models, hydrodynamic models, delta smelt models to give some estimate of how much we might help delta smelt with each of these actions. And we can then come up with the best alternative for a given year. And it does differ slightly depending on what the water year is like. So once we have our actions selected, we can implement them. And here's where, as I mentioned, we've had the opportunity to use adaptive management every single year and go through that loop. Sometimes we have to wait for reconsultation on our permits to completely adapt, but we can at least try an action, monitor, analyze, etc. The Fall X2 action was first put into the regulations in 2008. The first time we got to try it was in the wet year of 2011. Then we had a drought and it was sad and couldn't do anything. In 2016, it was wet enough for us to try a North Delta flow action using Sacramento River water. 2017, huge wet year. We could do the fall X2 action with X2 at 74. In 2018, we tested the Sassoon Marsh salinity control gates for the first time. It's kind of on a pilot basis, operated them for a month in August. And we did another North Delta flow action using agricultural return water. 2019, another wet year. We did X2 with 74 kilometers and North Delta flow action. Then we had another drought. But meanwhile, I'll note that we changed some of our regulations in 2019 with the 2019-2020 reconsultation. And that moved X2 from 74 to 80. 2023 wet year, X2 at 80 and salinity control gate operations. Same with 2024. This past summer is above normal year. We would have normally done fall X2, but we didn't do it this year. We actually reconsulted or put an amendment on our ITP. I'll get to that in a minute. But we did operate the salinity control gates from June through September. So monitoring effectiveness. As Stacy mentioned, this is a much more complicated box than it looks on paper, but we did collect a lot of data on the physical habitat, the zooplankton, and the fish. We found that just based on this graph is the number of days where habitat was below 6 parts per thousand, above 12 turbidity, below 22 degrees Celsius. These bars, one for each year, are color-coded by water year type. You can see that the blue years, the wet years, where we had X2 actions really stand out. We got a lot more habitat during those years in Grizzly Bay and Sassoon Bay. Sassoon Marsh, both the X2 action years and the salinity control gate years had some higher habitat area. Lower Sacramento River, there wasn't really a pattern, which we were expecting. We can even put this with a little regression. The average X2 was on the x-axis, and the percent time the habitat is suitable is on the y-axis. Fall is blue, summer is red. Both in fall and summer, lower X2 means more time the habitat is suitable. This is not surprising. Getting on to the next part of our hypothesis, the increase in food. We found that wetter years had higher pseudodioptimus in Sassoon Marsh and Sassoon Bay, but chiefly in the summer. This didn't really translate to fall. The pseudodioptimus is much less common in fall in general. And there was always higher densities in the river. Well, mood lighting for you. In terms of delta smelt catch, though, despite the fact that we see more habitat, better food in these wetter years, we saw a lot of smelt in 2011. It was great. And this is just the total smelt catch of all the surveys. Lots more smelt in 2011. Not a little bit more in 2017. And then we haven't really seen much since. Even though we did have experimental releases and now supplementation of delta smelt boosting catch in the last few years. For the North Delta flow action, we found that it did, having a pulse on the yellow bypass did transport chlorophyll and zooplankton downstream, but it pretty much just got to the end of the tow drain and got diluted so quickly in the cache slough complex that it didn't do as much as we were hoping. And we found that along with that pulse of productivity, we had low dissolved oxygen and high contaminants. This is also a time of year when temperatures tend to be too hot for delta smelt, so it was not as effective as we were hoping. Analyzing this data further, we can put it all into a delta smelt bioenergetic model and predict how much we would have expected delta smelt to grow during each of these years. Their smelt definitely grow more when X2 is lower in the summer, but not so much in the fall. And both food and temperature can be important in driving this relationship. More telling, a really rigorous life cycle model developed by Leo Polanski et al. From the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service found that summer outflow had a really strong relationship with delta smelt growth and survival. Fall outflow, not so much. So it seems like summer is more effective than fall, which called into question the idea behind doing fall X2. Might be better to do some action in summer instead of fall. For the North Delta flow action, as I mentioned, we're finding that the transport of food is pretty limited and transient, and there's all of these unintended consequences with low dissolved oxygen and high contaminants. I'm not communicating this to you. And we are now in the time where we're really looking at adapting these actions. We are gonna not pursue the North Delta food subsidy anymore because it just seemed to not be worth the potential downsides. Fall X2, we actually only operated to Fall X2 in September of last year and not October, had extra salinity control gate operations instead. And then this year, we put in an amendment to completely not do Fall X2 and instead have some extra salinity control gate operations and pursuing new food subsidy actions, such as potentially operating some managed wetlands during the summer to provide food, as well as some other actions that we are currently looking into. But all of that is going to get ironed out more completely with a new structured decision-making process through this winter to figure out what are we going to do next year? Will we be trying some different management actions? Will they be flow actions? Will they be food actions? Those all going to get analyzed in a multi-agency effort. And I will take any questions if I have time.
Great. Thank you, Rosie. So next up, we have Kathy Pennell from the Montezuma Wetlands LLC and Volmar Natural Lands Consulting.
Thank you, everybody. I hope you're digesting lunch nicely and have a little bit of energy left for this. I know I had a big sandwich, but I'm Cassie Pennell. I'm with Volmar Natural Lands Consulting, a senior ecologist. I'm also the acting interim manager for the Montezuma Wetlands Project, and I'm talking today about our beneficial reuse project for tidal marsh restoration. I know a number of you in this room have either been at the site or were actively involved in the creation or current oversight of this project. Montezuma Wetlands is on the eastern edge of Suisun Marsh, right at the junction of the Sacramento and the San Joaquin Rivers. So the first step on the wheel is defining a problem, but we have at least two big problems for this project. The first one being that Montezuma Wetlands, 2,400 acre site, about 1,800 acres of it in the late 1800s, had a perimeter levee built all the way around it, was diked, drained, and converted to light touch agriculture, mostly hay farming, a little bit of grazing, and like a lot of the other areas in the Delta, subsided greatly. So Montezuma Wetlands is on average about 10 feet now below its original tidal elevation, which means, of course, if our levee breaks, the site would go underwater and it'd be very hard to get that marsh back. The second big problem that this project addresses is the sedimentation issue that a lot of the navigation projects face in San Francisco estuary due to a lot of terrible practices that we've done to California uplands throughout time, such as hydraulic mining, deforestation. We've seen a lot of California upland sediments wash down through those Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers, deposit into San Francisco estuary. In order to get boats in and out of the estuary, as well as around the estuary, navigation channels and shipping channels have to be regularly dredged. In the past, that dredged sediment was dumped at the base of Alcatraz Island in Bay. You can see here showing the difference between what it used to look like at the base of Alcatraz Island versus what it looked like after a lot of the sediment was dumped. And now a lot of it goes to deep ocean disposal. So we've got two problems: what to do with too much sediment and how to deal with the site that has subsided, effectively losing its effective sediment. So the Montezuma Wetlands Project was envisioned, number two stop on our wheel here, the goals and objectives. It was envisioned to be a place where we could take this dredged sediment out of San Francisco estuary and beneficially reuse it to put back on the site, raise the tidal elevation,
of the site back such that when a levee would breach intentionally or other, the site would actually have tidal action restored to it. So the original layout of Montezuma wetlands was used to establish the goals and objectives of the site, in that the light blue color here would be low marsh, the green would be high marsh, the dark blue would be intertidal channels, and it would connect back into the landscape via the fluvial hollows and the existing original drainages. So in order to develop the approach and objectives and model the linkages, the Montezuma Wetlands Project has a technical review team, which some of you in this room are on, as well as that's led by San Francisco Estuary Institute, as well as a number of people working on the project representing sediment issues, engineering, biology, chemistry, a lot of specialists for all of the species that we have on the site, and of course our resource agencies. And the second part of that, I'm having a hard time like seeing the tiny little text of my wheel. I should have made it giant here. In order to sort of start to implement the actions on the site, the Montezuma Wetlands Project purchased a sediment offloading system. This was way back in the late 90s, early 2000s, which means that when sediment is dredged out of San Francisco Estuary, it's brought up by barge on the scows. This offloading system slurries that sediment with water and then pipes it up across the site where it's deposited to bring the elevation of the site back up. Water is decanted, and the process goes over and over until you can sort of pancake the sediment and get it back to its original elevations. So the first phase of Montezuma Wetlands is about 600 acres. And part of testing that phase here in a bit of a pilot approach is Montezuma Wetlands receives two types of sediment. We're approved for two types of sediment. One is called foundation sediment. It's slightly more contaminated. Before sediment is dredged, it's heavily tested. It's brought to our site. Foundation sediment is placed in the lowest parts of the site, and then it's covered by a second class of sediment called cover sediment, which is a little bit cleaner. And then it's retested again at our site over and over right when we get it. And then every year the water's tested monthly. Actually, it's quite frequent. The concept here being that that slightly more contaminated sediment is down below where it would become bioavailable to either plants or animals, and also below where tidal channels would in size and form across the site. So it's sort of locked back down where it was meant to be. The first phase was breached in 2020. So again, this was kind of our pilot area, 600 acres of the 1,800 acres. And as part of that, Montezuma has a mitigation monitoring and reporting plan that's many hundreds of pages long and includes about 66 features that we monitor for. Those could range anything from chemistry to specific special set of species to a lot of topics covered in engineering. So is the site functioning as it should? And so we've had now about 5 years almost to start to look and see how this monitoring is looking across the site. I'm not going to get too much into it today because it's only a 10-minute talk, but we've been trying to tie a lot of the monitoring with other regional efforts, including shorebirds and waterfowl. You can see here we saw some spikes coming of these animals when we first restored the site. Now it's actually dropped down a little bit as the site vegetates and is less of a big open pond. Been tracking vegetation. Montezuma is a passively vegetated site, which means we did not do a lot of early plantings. You can see here though, year 0, almost nothing on the site. Year 1, it's starting to come in. Year 2, it's getting a little bit denser. By the time it was year 3, we could no longer see out across the site. It was so grown in with tall emergent veg. And there are a number of special set of species on site we've been tracking. They've responded very well. A lot of them have hit the performance measures that mark the success criteria for phase 1, which means they're at or above populations of their reference sites or within the reference envelopes of where we expected them to be by now. We're also trying to employ things that can tie into larger regional efforts like CRAM, looking at the overall tidal health across the site.
We do a lot of fish monitoring, but I don't have a slide for that because it's a lot, but more later. We're also looking at how to analyze and synthesize these results. So this includes consistent tracking of understanding how the tidal channels are forming, the natural formation of them across site. These big ones were built ahead of time, but the smaller ones are building on their own. So we're tracking those and making sure that they're not cutting down into that foundation sediment, which they're not. And then, like I said, we're doing regular water quality sampling and biosentinel sampling and sediment sampling across the site to make sure that those contaminants that were delivered from San Francisco estuary are in fact staying at the levels that we're permitted to have them at our site. We communicate these results here, and then also we put everything up on EcoAtlas. Sometimes we're a little bit late getting our big monitoring reports up, but they eventually do go up. And EcoAtlas is such a great resource, so everything that is published about the project is up there, including our unpublished data and results from the site. And here we are back in the ADAPT. So we obviously are consistently speaking with our technical review team and the specialists who are working on the project and addressing a lot of, somebody was saying earlier, sort of the little things that always come up, and then there's also the bigger things that come up later. And now we're working on the next phase in implementing adaptive management learned from the pilot phase or first phase. A lot of it right now has to do with how to design phase 2 for sea level rise. And so we can raise elevations, but if we raise them too high and we breach too soon, then you've got dry ground sitting and a lot of weeds coming in. If you don't raise it high enough or we breach too early, then it's going to be a lot deeper and have less functionality for especially those high tide systems or those high marsh systems. We're also trying out here for phase 2, which is about 1,000 acres, a bulk fill approach, which is similar to that was used at Hamilton wetlands, which means instead of building a lot of really tiny little ponds and filling them up, we're trying to fill a big area so that we don't have these huge internal levees going across the inside of our site, which should help with the hydrologic processes, also help keep predators from getting into the inside of our marsh. And then that includes a lot of just small operational details to a lot of the adaptive management we're talking about as big design, but it's also just how do you move a pipe around on a site like this so that the mud gets where it needs to go. We're also always working on how to make our transition zones. So do you make them long and wide? Do you make them short and steep? Do you have different areas? How do they tie in with roads? And then, of course, the much longer thinking of looking at phase 3. The nice thing about the Montezuma Wetlands project is it's a privately funded project with additional support from San Francisco SFBRA, which means that when the sediment's brought to the site, the dredgers pay a tipping fee, kind of like when you go to a dump. And so that money then goes towards a pot of money where Montezuma can constantly adaptively manage, monitor, and then we also pay a small amount to Solano County for if anything were ever to go terribly wrong. There's a pot of money sitting there that the county holds that they could use to address challenges on the site. So if you have any questions, you can reach me at this email address or Doug Lipton. We also have a website that you can learn more about the project. And I wanted to acknowledge that our founder, Jim Levine, just passed away. So for anybody who doesn't know, I wanted to acknowledge him here, but not get too choked up about it. So thank you. Maybe if there's time for any questions. Yeah.
You mentioned like the fish monitoring. You mentioned the fish monitoring, and I know you do water quality monitoring. Do you do any invertebrate monitoring?
A little bit. So the fish monitoring was done through our project joined in with the Sassoon Marsh Fish Studies. So we had almost 5 years of fish monitoring conducted by the Center for Watershed Sciences, so TJ's project, and a number of other peoples who do it. They do collect chlorophyll A. They collect a little bit of invertebrates, but not nearly as much as some of the other efforts in the area. We do a little bit of biosentinel analysis, which means effectively collecting invertebrates to grind them up to see if there's contaminants, but not the level of
monitoring. We have an entire vernal pool preserve on the uplands that we do have done pretty extensive invertebrate monitoring on, but not so much in the tidal marsh yet. Is that my one question? Thank you.
Thank you, Cassie. So next up, we have Gina Darren from the California Department of Water Resources.
Hello, I'm Gina. I work in the DWR Fish Restoration Program with CDFW and Stacy. And today, I want to talk to you about the Blacklock Phragmites control study. So the Blacklock property was DWR's first tidal habitat restoration property in Sassoon Marsh. And today, instead of focusing on the details of the research, I'm going to talk about how the project fit into the adaptive management wheel. From defining the problem, to adapting, to site-wide implementation. Spoiler, that's what the picture is. You can't maybe see it, but that is a drone, an herbicide-spraying drone. All right, but first, I'm speaking in front of you today, but this was a huge team effort. Some of the team members are here in this room, and huge shout out to the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta Conservancy Popcorn Grant Program. The Pops couldn't have done it without you. All right, so let's get to step one on the adaptive management wheel. How many times have you seen this wheel today? Oh my gosh, a lot. All right, so here we go again. So we're going to be in the planning phase. So step one is defining the problem. So why even manage Phragmites? Who cares? Is it bad for fish? Well, it turns out Phragmites is bad for a lot of trophic levels and a lot of things. So you can have negative impacts on the native vegetation, fish habitat, other wildlife, waterfowl, the water quality, and recreational opportunities. But one of the biggest problems for my program was this property was adjacent to two other giant tidal habitat restoration sites, Bradmore and Arnold, and we did not want Bradmore and Arnold to get breached and then like the Blacklock property did. So what happened was the Phragmites expanded after the initial breaching in 2006 of this restoration site, and we did not foresee that. So how do we adjust? So an example is that little fuzzy plant on the mud flat in the photo on the bottom is Mason Zoliopsis. When Mason Zoliopsis grows underneath two leafy cattails, the sun can get to the mud. But when Phragmites comes in, I saw this happening in real time as I was visiting my site. The Phragmites moved in, that Mason Zoliopsis still there in that photo, but it's not there now. All right, step two on the adaptive management wheel is establishing your goals and objectives. So the overall goal is to restore some native tidal marsh vegetation and functioning at the Blacklock restoration property, and also to protect Bradmore and Arnold next door from being infested. The objectives of the actual Phragmites removal study was not to how do we remove Phragmites. We knew how to do that. The question is, how do you remove Phragmites in critical endangered species habitat without having adverse effects on the herbicide or the water quality, the food web, and non-target plants? So the model linkages. So I did work with UC Davis, Cooperative Extension, Ted Groschel's lab. We hired a postdoc using our grant funds to help us figure out and design the study. So our hope was that by decreasing in the Phragmites dominated marsh, you will increase via an interaction of us doing herbicide treatment and growing. You would increase habitat structure and improve water quality, and then native plants would recolonize. So the plan, the actual action we did in the performance measures, was a pilot in 24 10 by 10 meter plots where we tested multiple herbicides alone and in combination with each other and mowing, and monitored the efficacy of the treatment using NDVI, which measures photosynthetic output, so how healthy or dead are the frags. The native plant recruitment, so do we have impacts to non-target plant species, and then the water quality. We did measure chlorophyll looking at food web, but then after we did that, I talked to Rosie, and she's like, "You did not do that right." So she was way nicer about it. But yeah, we ended up not being able to use those, but that's okay. All right, going off script.
Plan, step 5. We're still in the plan phase, so we're designing and now implementing the monitoring plan. So we monitored the study using a lot of different methods: physical vegetation sampling. So there's Krista Hoffman in that first picture. If you know Krista, she's now the CDFW in IPM lands coordinator. So there's per scale how tall the fragment is. And Krista was our first project manager on Blackhawk and designed this project. Thank you, Krista. We did a lot of water quality sampling. There's one of my staff in a kayak with a water quality sonde, and we did a lot of UAV imagery. So that's that other picture is the UAV, and the purpose was to track against all of our objectives and study questions. Key challenge: you asked to identify key challenges in the adaptive management process. Doing anything within your grant funding and grant timelines, you have to balance scientific rigor with the resources you have and what you want to do. You couldn't do everything you wanted to do. I talked to Elizabeth Brusati early on about measuring benthic invertebrates too. She's like, I got my PhD in that, so I don't think you're going to be able to just do that as a side, measurement. So we had to mix that one in favor of resources. The other problem again was the phytoplankton measuring. We just used it with sonde. We did phycocyanin and chlorophyll A, and the readings were all over the map in Blackhawk and in our reference sites, and there was phytoplankton there, so that's good after the herbicide treatment. All right, step 6. Now we're in the do part of the management wheel. So how do we implement the plan? All right, so the study was initiated in 2019. We did 3 years consecutive of treatment, thanks to advice from the Invasive Spartina Project. And we had to make adjustments every year based on what we were doing. We did water quality samples at every plot. Has anyone ever done water quality sample analysis for Mazapir? I'd like to say it's expensive. So we were able to scale back on the water quality sampling and get the same results while saving a lot of money in year 2 and 3. We also increased drone monitoring, which was way safer and more effective than and cheaper than physical monitoring. And we were able to change the delivery method from using a marsh master, which is very destructive, it turns out, to backpacks, sprayers, and John boats, because our first year of treatment was so effective. So those are some adjustments we made in the different years. What you're seeing is a drone image of NDVI results on the right. It's counterintuitive. The red is number 1, that means a happy, healthy photosynthetic plant. Green is 0, that means a dead plant. So the circles are our treatment plots. So you can see that those are not happy, healthy plants, because they're not red. Okay, we'll come back to that. All right, so results. Step 7, yes. We saw from all the different mowing, Mazapir, glyphosate, and combo treatments that we had significant reduction of Phragmites. So treatment worked, but we do that, right? We had minimal water quality impacts, so we did all the water quality monitoring, and we did find herbicides in the water right after spraying, as we would expect, but it was definitely not above any NPT gas threshold of concern. And we saw native plants passively recruiting, which was a bit of a surprise. So I'm not going to go through these results again, but the red line at the top is the control treatment, which means we didn't do anything. And the others are all the different treatments. So that first black hashed line is the herbicide application, first herbicide application. Everything went into senescence in spring and April. The control plot woke up and had lots of photosynthetic Phragmites. All the others were pretty dead. They kind of picked up because it is a perennial plant throughout the year. And then this is our third herbicide treatment. And I was seeing some disturbingly high photosynthetic values in the plots. And I was like, oh no, Frag can't be back. That's terrible. I went to go check it out. Turns out it was not Frag. It was Thules, it was cattails, and there was this adorable carpeting little spike brush. Oh my gosh, right in the mud. So those orange arrows are our plot markers of a 10 by 10 meter plot. Everything inside the 2 orange arrows was not there when we started. Those are Thules and cattails. We would not have picked that plot if it had not been 100% Phragmites to start. So that happened. All right, water quality results. We had 0 detection of glyphosate throughout the entire study, and the NPDES receiving water limit trigger is 0.7 milligrams per liter. Mazavir, the tougher, the stronger, a lot more expensive. We did detect it in the water, but at orders of magnitude below the reporting threshold. So that was big news. All right. Still in the, now we're in the still in the deep phase. All right, so communicating, like we all are doing right here now. We sent a final report, so if you want to go into details of the study and the results, you can check out our final report to the grant program. And we share our lessons learned all over the place. Thank you. We used the information. The reason we did the study was to show the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that this can be done in critical endangered species habitat, specifically in this location, but also elsewhere in the marsh. So we were able to use that information to scale up, and we initiate consultation to do the site-wide implementation. And that list of acronym soup is all the places we have given this presentation. All right, so now, step 9. This is an evaluate and respond part of the wheel. So we're adapting for full scale. That's the full 90 acres of blacklock chunked into 3 chunks, phasing it so that if there are endangered species in the area, they have a chance to move out instead of nuking that whole site all at once. So we are buffering around known Mason's Oleopsis so we don't accidentally spray it. We're using a drone. There's a picture of the drone there in the corner that we used, and we did so initially with glyphosate on August 8th because we didn't want to go over our massacre cap on the first go. We're going to spot spray in future years, hopefully. We may actively revegetate if needed, but always we'll be monitoring. This is another show. Let me know if you want to hear this story, but this is a to be continued. We just did our first of 6 years of treatment on this site. It was a lot of fun. I thought I had fun. Right, Steve? Jeez, not so much fun. It was a great thing. So this is what we asked the drone pilot to spray. This is what they sprayed. Pretty good match. Again, we're going to adaptively manage this and do better next time. There's our water quality results from our very first full-scale implementation. Again, no detection of glyphosate in the water immediately after spraying it. Pretty darn good. Thank you. Any questions?
Okay, great presentation. I'm curious for the glyphosate results, what you think the mechanism is for just getting no detections. Is it just not getting sprayed in the water because the drone's so good, or is there something else going on?
Yes, absolutely. We didn't spray it in the water. I mean, we have best management practices. We have to do it at absolute like low tide, and we were sweating. Like, guys, the tide's coming in, you guys. So at 1 foot tide or below is when we can spray. Glyphosate also binds to sediment. So if the water's turbid, it'll instantly bind to any sediment and just go inert. So that, well, we have done sprays like at 2 that we did a spray and we did detect glyphosate in the water. So it's not always. There was one more over there by the time. How do you mow? How do you mow for everybody? The Marsh Master. I didn't show it. I can show you all the cool toys. Invite me back. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dana. And last but not least in our case study presentations for the day, before we move on to our next sections, this is also for those of you who are signed up for our field visit to Lookout Slough tomorrow. This is kind of both a case study as well as a preview of that site visit tomorrow. And so, yeah, I'd like to invite up Stephanie Freed, as well as Chris Davis from Ecosystem Investment Partners.
Awesome. Cool.
So I think our presentation is probably the only presentation today that won't have the adaptive management wheel. It's a little bit of an anomaly of a presentation, really intended to give an overview of the Lookout Slough. And the full project name, Lookout Slough Tidal Habitat Restoration and Flood Improvement Project. It's a mouthful, multi-benefit project. We just call it Lookout Slough. I'm Stephanie Freed. I'm the Western Director of Operations at Ecosystem Investment Partners, EIP, which is very similar to IEP. And I am joined by Case Davis, who is the president of Beaver Creek Hydrology, and he can speak to some of the work that he did for the Lookout Slough project. So I think most folks are familiar with where the project is located, but of course just wanted to start here to orient everyone. The project was sited in an area that was historically known to be tidal marsh habitat in part of the Yellow Basin and is in the North Delta arc of native fishes. And for these reasons is in an area that's been identified as a priority area to do restoration, including in maps by the Delta Stewardship Council. So a lot went into citing the project where it is. And I'm going to go through quickly the project goals and the design. So EIP had a public-private partnership with DWR for this project where we got under contract in 2018 for EIP developed the design, entitlement, and then completed the construction for the project. There were two funding sources associated with the project. First funding source is to serve as mitigation for the state water project for the biological opinions for Delta smelt. So goal one kind of feeds into that, creating and maintaining habitat to support native species and improve food productivity within the project area, specifically for native fish. And then goal two is to design and implement a project that supports viable populations of special status aquatic and terrestrial species. So obviously in this area of the Delta, it's very biodiverse and there's other species that we should be thinking about other than fish. So we wanted to make sure to be intentional in doing so as the design evolves. And then the third goal is tied to the second funding source, which is to provide additional flood storage and conveyance within the Yellow Bypass and reduce the chance of catastrophic flooding and protect existing nearby infrastructure. So the project actually, prior to the completion of construction in 2024, the property is 3,400 acres, so quite large, and it was surrounded by an Army Corps flood control levee and protected from bypass flooding. And so we are actually having flood benefits from opening up the site to now be part of the Yellow Bypass. So looking at the graphic that shows the design on the right, we did that by first constructing a new Army Corps flood control levee, which is named the Duck Slough Setback Levee, and occurs on the western and northern ends of the property. It's 3 miles long. And we did that because we breached the existing Shag Slough levee on the east side of the property in 9 locations, which is depicted by those blue dots. Which we did. We breached the levee at the end, obviously, in construction. We actually constructed over 25 miles of new tidal channels, which I know a lot of folks in this room are now responsible for managing. Case will talk about the design that went into that. Everything here in green is freshwater tidal marsh habitat. So we made sure that the tidal marsh plain was all would be subject to daily high tides, and everything here that's in blue would be subject be underwater even during daily low tides. Some other things to point out, the purple on the top and bottom of Shag Slough levee, to get those flood benefits, we also created an inlet and an outlet by degrading the levee down. So floodwaters can enter the site through the breaches, but also there's these degraded areas that floodwaters can enter the site
The site offers about 40,000 acre-feet of flood storage. And the design evolved like over 20 times easily. I checked before this meeting, we've had over DWR with EIP has had over 500 meetings with external interested parties to make this project possible. And a lot of folks in the room were directly involved in the decision making. So it has been a fun and challenging process. I did want to speak to a little bit of like the input from discussions with CDFW Fish Restoration Program and the scientific community. We actually did try to consider adaptive management into our design. And an example of that I'd love to point out is on the west side, there's these ponds, these two ponds that are next to each other. One is connected to a tidal channel and one is not. And those ponds were designed for giant garter snake, which is known to occur at the property. And so those are foraging ponds for that snake and intended to serve as replicates to be able to study it and its preferences in the future. So with that, I will turn it over to Case.
Thank you all. Briefly, Case Davis with Beaver Creek Hydrology. We're sediment transport and channel design experts in stream channels and wetlands, and we've built over 200 plus miles of stream channels with EIP and others over the years, and we're just very happy to be able to work as a small part within a large group here in California to work on this project. And I've thrown this slide. Usually there's about 30 slides or more to talk about the design of this site. But a lot of the channels, we had to look at what size of the channels, what are the slope of the channels, what are the sediments that need to be moving, how do we design these channels so that we don't have sediment clogging up channels and causing problems. But also, like, how do we get water all the way to the back of the site? How do we wet the entire site? How do we provide habitat for all of the species that we're looking at? So this is just one of the many scientific slides of all of the different studies that we did. One of the biggest things I think to point out that I thought was very important for this project was the reference kind of data, looking at channels throughout the region and trying to match the patterns and the depths and the sizes so that you get the same kind of ecological benefits and from building these channels, and then looking at all of the, as Stephanie mentioned, there were many design iterations because there's infrastructure of transportation and energy, big power poles and things that we had to maintain access to and function of and stability of. And these stream channels needed to be stable and allow for the delta smelt and other species to be able to survive, but also that the vegetation would come in and we wouldn't have erosion and things like that. So the slide on the left was, I think, the very first iteration that we did, and we were looking at different breach patterns and how big of a breach and how big the channels needed to be. And the middle slide is kind of a way to say we looked at a lot of different patterns and different ways to make sure that this site really functioned well. And so we ended up, the slide on the right was, we had bigger channels coming in from the breaches, and then the smaller channels that, we really wanted to have the habitat of the wetted channels to extend throughout the site and to bring water all the way into the back of the back breach. And so really that we turned that kind of design back over to the team, and then there was all kinds of hydraulic modeling that went into the process to kind of to basically make the project meet the goals that we want. So I appreciate your time. I'll turn it back over to Steph.
Thanks. Yeah, so, we took what, Beaver Creek Hydrology, and we did have a pretty large, design team, WRA, ESA. We ran the design through a bunch of different models to validate it and make sure that it was meeting all of our goals and objectives. So that our tidal channels had low enough velocities to support delta smelt and had variability. Looking at tidal damping across the site, making sure we're getting tidal exposure all the way across because it's like 2.5 miles in its longest width from Shaft's Loop. And then looking at exposure time to make sure we're not creating any water quality issues with halves, but also that we'd be generating food web benefits. So with that, I did want to play a little video that this model, might want to push that again. Thank you. So this is a model that I just like to share because it kind of overlays a bunch of different things that were modeled at once. So those red dots are intended to represent food web that's being generated on the floodplain in the tidal marsh system. And we took that, so neutrally buoyant particles being generated on a grid associated with zooplankton, phytoplankton, and seeing how that gets exported into the greater Cache Loop complex region using the tidal model and actual tidal datum, and found that very fortunately with the tidal channel design and tidal extent in the region, we are seeing food web benefits outside of the project site. Thank you. So I also wanted to just flash up some overview images of how the land has changed over time. So in 2019, that kind of shows the pre-project condition. We have 3 years of construction from 2022 to 2024. And the middle image shows what the site looks like before we opened it up to tidal extent. We did not do any planting on the site with the exception of some riparian areas, but the tidal marsh was not planted at all. The little triangle area that you can see in the southwest corner, that actually is an area that we reached in 2022 because it's not protected by a flood control levee, and that became extremely vegetated very quickly. It was like 60 acres. So really pleased to see the September 2027 imagery that DWR just posted. And the site looks to be really well vegetated with all of that being natural recruitment. And then I did want to throw in some adaptive management discussion points here. So we did work collaboratively with CDFW's Fish Restoration Program, of course, DWR being a partner at our site the whole time. And this is under this project falls under the Eco Restore project program. So we made sure to develop an adaptive management and monitoring plan that's consistent with the IEP tidal wetland monitoring framework early on in the process, and that actually did help inform our design. So with that, if there's any questions.
Hi, so I'm curious, in addition to all the food web and I guess fish sort of monitoring that is probably already going on in this model, was there anything to do with primary productivity and sort of plant productivity or soil accretion to do with restoration of marshland here?
When we considered the design, it was really trying to produce results for immediately once we open up the site because it is mitigation for delta smelt. So we were really considering making sure that we're getting that full tidal exchange across the entire land. So soil accretion, I mean, that's something that I think was considered in our AMMP, and I would of course defer to Gina and Stacy as far as how that is handled in Eco Restore projects. But and then primary productivity, I think. Speaking of that, that was kind of like why we were looking at exposure time, making sure that the water is essentially sitting long enough to generate primary productivity.
Great, thanks.
All right, thanks very much, Stephanie and Faith. So we are now going to be moving on to our next panel for the day. So I invite our folks who are on our next panel to please come on up. And I will hand it over to Henry DeBay from the Health Stewardship Council to set the stage. Right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Henry Bay. I'm the Deputy Executive Officer for Science at the Delta Stewardship Council, and I have the pleasure of moderating this Leadership Perspectives panel. So in the next 45 minutes, the plan is to zoom out a little bit from the project scale and look a little bit more broadly across the estuary, including in the Delta and Sassoon Marsh, at some of the challenges, successes, and needs for adaptive management more regionally. So I will introduce the panel and we'll get started with the discussion, but I did want to take this chance to just quickly poll the audience to get a sense for, who here primarily works in the Delta, and this doesn't have to be exclusively on adaptive management. So who works in the Delta versus who works, I will do the show of hands. I'm just trying to introduce all the options first. So primarily in the Delta versus primarily in Sassoon Marsh versus both versus San Francisco Bay versus none of the above. So please raise your hand if you work primarily in the Delta. All right, so for the folks online, 30%, 40%. Raise your hand if you work primarily in Sassoon Marsh. Right, so we got a contingent here. Yeah, we got Steve too. Okay, so that was, I think, 4 hands that were raised. I'm actually not going to do who works primarily in both. I gave that as an option. That's actually not an option. So, oh, okay. Never mind. Okay.
Want to be candid too.
Primarily work in the Delta and Sassoon Marsh. Raise your hand, please. Okay, folks online, that's like 40%-ish, and then this is not going to add up for 100%. So, okay, and what about if you work primarily in San Francisco Bay? Oh, all right, we need to do better outreach. That's good to know. Okay, and what if you work primarily in none of the places that I mentioned? All right, great. We got some, I see Brett there, so maybe more broadly Central Valley. Okay. Well, thank you. Thanks for humoring that, and I think hopefully that's helpful to the panel as well. Okay. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's just nice to see a diversity of backgrounds of the folks in the room. So to help us unpack this topic of leadership and adaptive management, we've got this incredible panel of speakers and leaders working at different levels of government with a collective decades of experience, both in the Delta and Sassoon Marsh. So I'm going to introduce all of you at once, and then I'm going to turn it over to each of you to answer the kickoff question of what does leadership and adaptive management look like to you? So first, we got Steve Chappell in the middle here. Steve is the Executive Director of the Sassoon Resource Conservation District, a local special district in Solano County that represents private landowners in the Sassoon Marsh on a variety of conservation issues. Steve has more than 30 years experience working in wetland management, habitat enhancement, permitting, and regulatory planning in Sassoon Marsh. We're also joined by Campbell Ingram, who's the Executive Director of the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta Conservancy and been in that position since 2011. Before his appointment, he was Associate Director of the Nature Conservancy's California Water Program, where he participated in Bay Delta Conservation Plan, or in BDCP as a steering committee member. He previously held positions with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation in the CalFed Ecosystem Restoration Program. We also have Dr. Louise Conrad, who is the lead scientist at the Department of Water Resources, where she works to advance water resources sciences for water and ecosystem management, including in the Delta.
She previously served as Deputy Executive Officer for Science at the Delta Stewardship Council. That's my job now. Thanks, please. Over approximately a decade in a previous position at DWR, she led research on floodplain ecology, drought, and invasive species, fisheries biologist by training. She earned her PhD in animal behavior from UC Davis. Our panel is also supposed to include Jim Peterson from USGS, but he can't be here because of the federal government shutdown. Okay, so let's kick it off. Steve, what does leadership in adaptive management look like to you?
Leadership means active participation. And in Suisun Marsh, we have a unique situation that in 2013 we completed the Suisun Marsh Habitat Management and Preservation Plan, which was a 30-year plan to implement wetland conservation and land use. And as part of that, we had a charter to develop an adaptive management plan and adaptive management process. So the active participation of the principal agencies 12 years in on quarterly meetings and meetings as needed, I think is really important to sustain the progress.
That's great. Thanks, Steve. Please.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Well, thank you for the forum and question. So a couple ideas. I think there's a lot to think about here. The first one is I was really inspired by Dr. Karrigan Börk's presentation this morning and his focus on risk. And I think that's where our leaders do need to help with thinking about how to manage risk and acknowledge it. Often we are getting used to the word of adaptive management. We've all seen the cycle. We even have a sticker now. But really thinking through what are the risks involved and how am I going to support a team that is in good faith engaging in the adaptive management cycle. I also think we've now got progress. That's the theme of this year's Adaptive Management Forum. And it's still perhaps the trickiest part of the cycle to close the loop. And so thinking through how we do that, whether it's through good decision science or whether it's through good synthesis and analysis, but also thinking through what if we were wrong? What if our hypothesis was wrong and we need to adjust our approach? What are our alternative actions? Thinking through those what ifs and helping a team not be worried, not be scared, or be able to manage risks of being wrong. We talk about having a safe to fail environment, but what does that look like? How do you actually do that? Being flexible is really important from leadership. Things won't go as we plan. And then finally, it is worth mentioning the fostering of trust. There's a divisive feeling now. And in the current times that we're living in, I think it's important to acknowledge that. And as much as our leaders can help us to foster trust with those we are partnering with in adaptive management, super important. And I think key elements of that are going to be transparency in our science data decisions. And secondly, really modeling listening. The more we can listen to each other and understand, actively listen, the more we'll be able to foster trust.
Thanks. Campbell.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be here. I really appreciated all the previous presentations today and learning more about adaptive management in this system. I like to think that the Delta Conservancy has been sort of an exemplary leader in adaptive management of the system. We are a funding entity. We provide money for ecosystem restoration, climate adaptation, nature-based solutions, and economic development. And we require all of our grant applicants to ride the adaptive management wheel, including developing adaptive management plans, expected outcomes, and how they're going to manage to change circumstances. And we even actually, and then we build that into our grant agreements that those factors will be in the agreements and there'll be deliverables associated with those agreements. We even ask our community development projects to kind of really think through sort of the adaptive process. You know, how will they respond to adaptive or to changes in the system and unexpected outcomes? So I think we're just sort of really kind of pushing that envelope a little bit to even more of the social type of projects in the Delta. When I think about, you know, where leadership needs to go for adaptive management and in the Delta in general, I think that we need to start directing more towards, you know, collective advocacy. If anybody's had any conversations with me since last November, you kind of know where I'm going, and that is that sort of still offended that out of a $10 billion climate bond, the Delta got $29 million for ecosystem restoration, nature-based solutions, and community outreach or community development projects, and about $150 million for levee projects in the Delta. And you know, that just doesn't quite add up. Several years ago, we put together all of the entities that are actually planning projects in the Delta, brought them together to try to identify what is our funding need. And sort of a near-term horizon, about a 10-year horizon, we identified about $2 billion worth of needed funding for levee work as well as ecosystem restoration in the system. So now, granted, nobody expected that we would get, you know, anywhere near $2 billion. But again, $180 million out of a $10 billion climate bond just doesn't quite cut it. So in a sense, what we're talking about here today is, you know, how do we do adaptive management when we really don't have the funding that we need to actually do the implementation itself? So I think that leadership needs to do a better job of really coordinating and collectively advocating for the investments that we need to make in the Delta. And by advocacy, I think what I really mean is working together to really articulate, you know, what are the messages that we really need to be putting out there, and how do we get those messages in the right places at the right time to really have an effect and start to realize the investment that we need in the Delta now. And so then, you know, that's all about how do we have the money to do the work that we need to do. But I think it's really very similar for adaptive management. The leadership really is in trying to articulate the importance and the significance of adaptive management, and then trying to realize the resources so that we can actually do it collectively better into the future.
Good. Thank you all. Well, I think that's a great place to start in terms of talking about risk and flexibility, fostering trust, you know, pointing to the Sassoon Marsh plan, or what's been done in Sassoon Marsh, you know, funding questions, taking a slightly deeper dive. You know, this is going to be a compound question for all of you. You know, what have been some of the most significant successes and or sticking points that you've seen when it comes to adaptive management, and what's possible now that wasn't possible 10 to 15 years ago? So feel free to answer both of those or either of those. Is one of you want to start?
Oh, I'll go ahead. Okay, another great question. So when I think the theme of this year is really appropriate for progress, and I think there's a lot of progress that we've been hearing about all day in terms of adaptive management over the past 10 to 15 years. And one of the ones I think is important to point to is progress in decision science and its application in adaptive management. So I don't think that 10 to 15 years ago, and I'm looking at some of the people that were also around working in this space 10 to 15 years ago, I don't think we were as leaned in to structured decision making and that process for supporting decisions that are often needing to be made in a contentious environment. And I think that it's been great progress that there's an approach, a framework for being able to get out there and state what your value of a certain information or a certain result is, and having that weigh into the decision process. And I think there's just been a lot more examples of using this. And when it comes to some of our participatory modeling efforts that we've seen, such as reorienting to recovery, now co-equal, and other examples and just transitions for the Delta salinity management. So I think there's been a lot of examples. That's also been a way to have increased transparency. It's very hard, and there's examples where it hasn't worked as well. But overall, 10 to 15 years ago, I don't think that's something that we were doing so much. So at least we have that. And I guess I could go on, but I'm going to stop and I can always add later.
That sounds good.
Yes, Steve.
So I think the closing the loop and this idea of the evaluation respond in Sassoon under the adaptive management charter and the agency participation, we have a formal process where project proponents led by the Delta Stewardship Council for the adaptive management team, but all the agencies are participating, where applicants come in or project proponents. When you initially have a project, you meet with us and we give you feedback, and it's outside of the regulatory process that some of the people sitting at the table, but it's lessons learned. There have been restoration projects that have been implemented in March, but how do you deal with construction constraints? How do you deal with endangered species protection during best management practices during project development? Then we ask the project proponents to come back at 40%. Well, now that you've done some modeling, you've done the hydrology, what's the site look like? What are you proposing to do? Then we can give feedback to the group as well, or the project proponents. Then there's a 95% when you're right before you submit your permit applications, come back to our process and give us the ability to say what we've learned recently. I think where the lessons learned is once you construct, we ask the project proponents to come back and say lessons learned, contracting, construction methods, the things that make getting restoration on the ground so difficult. That's the tools that we need to do that. And there's this feedback loop where a project in Sassoon has that support to move. They're also tearing off of the programmatic biological opinions and the Sassoon Marsh Plan, NEPA and CEQA to streamline environmental permitting. So we have a process that from start to finish accelerates restoration, gives the project proponents feedback, but then we're also now getting the science. So Stacey Sherman's group, who's monitoring these fish restoration sites, is bringing the science to us from these initial restorations and feeding that to the adaptive management team. So we're sharing that knowledge that then we can support future restoration. So I think that's a tool we didn't have 10 years ago. We have started implementing the Marsh Plan in 2013. So it is really collaboration and the ability to build trust in a forum where people can have discussions and try to make projects outcome better.
I want to get to Campbell, but I want to go a little bit deeper on some of the things that you said, Steve. So it sounds like there's been some really good progress in the marsh and, really iterative process to the adaptive management, a lot of restoration areas. What's missing?
I think when I compare managed wetlands, which we have management tools in a drought or in a wet period, you can manage these seasonal wetlands differently. You have tools to improve infrastructure, water management, disking, mowing, invasive species control in a wetland. Tidal restoration sites, once we've reached the levees and they're restored, there's really no tools to adaptively manage it any differently. Gina had talked about doing invasive species control with spraying, but you can't change that. So my view is we should be looking at, if the project is unsuccessful at meeting its objectives, can you build into the permitting process an alternative or strategies to make changes mid-course? Because once they're restored, we're kind of left with what the outcome is, regardless if it meets our objective. So it's building the tools into the permitting process and future management so that we can adaptively change these restoration sites to support the desired outcomes.
Thank you. Campbell, your take.
Yeah, well, I think, all through the day, we've heard really great success stories about adaptive management and where we're making real progress. And certainly seeing a tremendous amount of progress over the last 10 to 15 years. I was going to highlight a couple of our efforts, just our Delta Drought Response Pilot Program, which there's a poster for over there. This was a real exercise in how do we respond to drought in the Delta, and then also learn from the project year one, incorporate that learning, and then target the next year's program to really capitalize on those benefits. We also have done a tremendous amount of work in the nature-based solutions and the subsidence reversal in the Delta with a huge team of people throughout the system. And I think we're really starting to get to scale on those projects. So we're really starting to get to the point where we can do that evaluation of what we're achieving. We've put together a Delta carbon team that is pulling together people from all of the agencies and entities that are doing that work. And the primary focus of that really is to try to get us all to think more, holistically and try to address some of the challenges that we're all facing, share information, and just further, kind of speed up and increase that rate of that work. But I think other really important component of that is that group can actually serve as the group that can sort of evaluate the information that's coming over time and think about those larger scale adaptive management questions that we might have to address. So that's kind of what I see as maybe the sticking point of where we're at, is needing to get to that space where we can think about those bigger picture questions and how do we have the space and time and resources to actually start to evaluate those. I go all the way back to the CalFed days in the early 2000s working for the Ecosystem Restoration Program, where we were spending hundreds of millions of dollars up and down the system. And when it came time to really trying to evaluate what was the effectiveness of all the salmon habitat or gravel spawning placement, the fish screens, how effective were the fish screens, and the other types of habitat, and how effective were those habitat elements compared to flow control or increasing in-stream flow. Those questions were really big, and we really didn't have the ability to answer those at scale in an adaptive way. And we went through several consultants who were trying to mine all the reports that were coming out of the system and try to really understand what are we learning and how does that affect what we do into the future. So I think we've come a long way, but I'm very optimistic about the collaboratory and its role and how it will actually provide that space and time where we can do that sort of large scale evaluation. But I still think we've got a ways to go to really try to get to that space.
Thanks, Kimball. What Kimball was talking about makes me want to ask you, Louise, a question about, you talked about decision science and more uptake of that and believable reorienting to recovery, just transition. We also saw it in Rosie's summerfall habitat action, structured decision-making process. What other science uncertainties do you think there are for adaptive management? What are the big questions that the community needs to focus on and try to tackle?
Well, I think that tidal wetland restoration is a huge experiment that we're currently undertaking. And I think it's an uncertainty, a big uncertainty as to what benefits it will be providing for native fish and the food web. So I will share that last week I was part of a tour experience for the Yolo bypass and was showing some of the DWR, Department of Water Resources sites where we are doing some restoration and have improved fish passage. And I was reflecting on how a lot of that was done after approximately 2 decades of research in the Yolo bypass to show what the fish passage issues were, what the benefits for juvenile salmon were. And now, only now are we able to report that we have constructed a notch in Fremont Weir, and we're looking forward to its first year of operation this year, so that we can entrain juvenile salmon onto the floodplain and give them that benefit. With tidal wetland restoration, I think we don't have that same 2 decades of consistent monitoring. We have a great monitoring program, but it's not as old, frankly. The science isn't quite as old or mature yet. And I also think that we're not at a place where we have really, Karrigan Börk showed a great matrix this morning from one of his examples where, if we get to this point, then we're going to do this management. There were triggers. I don't think we have that yet for tidal wetland restoration. So for That's one of the big uncertainties, and we are investing a lot. Another one is harmful algal blooms. I think this is also more recent in terms of the science and its prevalence in the system. And we have yet to see if we're going to be able to develop successful, effective mitigation strategies. And there is work going on to try to figure this out, but it's a big uncertainty. And then the third one I'll note is that all of this is occurring in a warming system. And we are trying to preserve cold water species, some of them. And how will any of our mitigation strategies, any management strategy interact with this master variable of temperature that is slowly being elevated? So that's an uncertainty as well. And it feels good to be able to just state the uncertainties without having to say an answer. But that was the question, so.
No, I think those are great. Yeah, tidal wetland restoration and HABs. Are we going to be able to do it? Are they going to generate the benefits we expect? Steve, anything to add here, or anything I'm not asking you that I should be asking you?
Just going off of Louise's comment, I guess one of the things that I struggle with in Sassoon is we have a wetland complex that's existing, and as you do tidal restoration, you're trading one guild of species or multiple species for others. And a lot of the restoration right now is being driven by fish and fish food production at the expense of existing resources that are on the landscape. And if we're uncertain that those are going to give us good outcomes, my desire is to make sure that as we're doing restoration, we're getting the best outcomes possible. Because all we're doing is cutting the pie into smaller pieces, and the existing species that are dependent on these limited habitats are being squeezed further. So where there's opportunities in a restoration site to do multi-species benefits, to also support salt marsh harvest mice, clapper rails, black rails, native fish recovery, we need to really squeeze every acre of value out of the sites. And sites that are highly subsided, there's going to be open water. So maybe those areas that we invest in protecting in the future for managed wetlands and set some priorities on picking the best sites for restoration, but not just doing it to get acreage objectives, actually get outcomes and really focus on outcomes.
Okay, it's 2:28. We've still got 15 minutes. I didn't expect to have this much time, but I'm tempted to open it up to questions at this point, unless that's too early. Stephen, is that too early? One thing I did want to come back on is funding. Campbell talked about funding. I don't know if there's more to say about funding there. And then regulations and permits. So, and this isn't to put you on the spot, Louise, but you know, beyond tidal wetland restoration, beyond HABs, you know, it seems like there are some innovative approaches to the BIOPS, to the ITP, to factor in adaptive management, and you know, and train a certain number of fish to change operations, but also, you know, next time around to develop better monitoring and better metrics so that you know when you're going to get close to that threshold. I don't know if you want to talk about how adaptive management is being incorporated into permits and regulations.
Sure, and I do think that's another area of progress in the last 10 to 15 years where there's been more explicit description of how adaptive management can be approached in the ESA and California Endangered Species Act permits. So one of the approaches that I think is really important is acknowledging that adaptive management proceeds on different timescales depending on the project. So it's not the same thing to manage flows as it is to, because those are more seasonal or sub-seasonal or annual that can be managed versus tidal wetland restoration, which are going to take a much longer time to tell the story of how they are functioning. So that's been a really important add, that in the latest approach to these permits, there's been this binning of what are the expected timelines for adaptive management. And I think Stephen had a great slide in the beginning that showed, you know, acknowledged this variation in temporal and geographic scale. And then I think the other important piece in what the latest permits are trying to do is really be clear about how governance will work. So decisions don't just happen. They are the result of quite a bit of work, consideration, and relationships, quite frankly. So defining who will be in the room for those decisions, defining how transparency will happen. It's not enough to say we're going to be really transparent. You have to say how we are going to be transparent. Where can people find information? And then having a clear link between where the science, who will be producing the science. I appreciated your comments of Stacy's group bringing the science to your coordination group. Where is the science coming from and how will it be delivered and on what time scale? That's all stuff that we tried to lay out more clearly in the appendix to the latest biological opinions for the water projects.
Yeah, I'll just maybe just harp on funding just a little bit more, and that is, I think that it's my favorite topic. I think the state as a whole has sort of lost focus on the Delta and its significance and its integral connection to the economy of California in general. And so I think that Delta conveyance has been a bit of a distraction. I think it's created this expectation that we don't need to invest in the Delta if conveyance happens. But I think with or without conveyance, there's a lot that we need to do in the Delta. If conveyance actually moves forward, my understanding is that 80% of the flow will still come through Delta export flow. So I think it's just an indication that absolutely there's a lot of investment that needs to be made. And I think our role, again, collectively is to articulate that and try to sort of re-educate California and the legislature about how significant the Delta is and the investments that need to be made now. And I think, adaptive management is a great selling point. It's a component of everything that we do, and it really helps us better invest those dollars in a way that's truly beneficial to all interests moving forward.
I would bring it back to kind of a smaller scale than on the landscape. There's also this desire to acquire properties for restoration, but not spend any money on them till we restore them because they're expensive to maintain. These resources have to continue to be operated in the interim, and we need to convey to the managers that they have to have budgets not only prior to restoration, but post-restoration. We're going to return it to nature. We're going to breach the levees and walk away. There's levees to be maintained. There's flood liabilities. There's infrastructure and intervention that's needed. These habitats are in a very modified environment, and we're going to have to continue to manage them, whether it's invasive species control or nutrient control or levee repairs, things like that. You can't just restore them and walk away without investment. On the regulatory side, I think the Sassoon Marsh plan, it took 13 years to get the plan across the finish line. So it wasn't something we just did in a conference room overnight. But that commitment of the agencies to get the 30-year plan across the table is streamlining the regulatory process so that programmatic documents are in place to implement activities quickly. So cutting the green tape, these types of initiatives, I think are changing our perspective in the last 10 years of opportunities to get things on the landscape more quickly as well.
This is so great. I really appreciate this. Let's open it up for questions and see what the audience has. And if they don't, then I'm going to squeeze every last minute out of this, just the way that Steve squeezes every acre out of restoration in Sassoon. Any questions from the group? Please.
Thank you, and thanks to the panel for providing such great discussion. But I had a question. I'd really like to hear what you were saying, Louise, about acknowledging and embracing uncertainty and kind of viewing large-scale tidal wetland restoration, as in some ways as this kind of grand natural experiment. And along those lines, we have, and we've heard from a lot of the great monitoring efforts that are already going on, have been going on in some cases for decades within the Delta, and just kind of, along those lines of embracing that safe to fail approach, maximizing learning from each project, like what do you see as sort of next steps or potentially the low-hanging fruit for just helping to increase the monitoring framework increase the effectiveness of the monitoring framework within the Delta now, specifically around tidal level restoration?
Thanks for the question. So this is a tricky one. I think we do have this. I'm pointing at Stacy Sherman. Great baseline. Already a framework, hypotheses, and leveraging those metrics. I think there could be an opportunity for, I'm going to say two things essentially. One, emerging tools I think can be really important, and I'll talk about that. And two, integrated modeling perhaps to help us develop metrics and evaluate potential for different designs, or even evaluate existing projects for what we expect them to be able to do in terms of a metric that we're interested in, such as food production. So can we get to really looking at our different projects in terms of water residence time? What does that mean for food production for beneficial plankton? And having integrated models that help us do that. Maybe the collaboratory will help. But then also emerging tools. There's opportunity, I think, I am interested in others' thoughts on this, to use tools such as environmental DNA, such as that sampling platform that Watershed Sciences has. I know that okay, maybe not everybody knows this, but there's a boat that they use that actually visualizes the plankton and fish that are going through the system, and then uses an AI machine learning algorithm to identify the composition of the species. And I think these are tools that may be able to enhance efficiency. We could get more samples, water samples, and identify many species all at once with environmental DNA. It's tricky to incorporate these into existing monitoring programs that are not already using these at scale. And that's something we're going to have to think carefully about, because I agree that the historical baseline is really important. But I think we'll also have more power if we can use some of these new scientific tools that allow us to take more samples with less labor involved.
Anybody else want to say anything about emerging tools? Campbell, I want to say during our prep meeting, you brought up, is it AI and the role it could play?
Yeah, I guess it's just sort of an open question to me. But, to what, again, kind of going back to those CalFed days where we were really trying to mine all the data and information that was coming out of all the projects. I think we're kind of in a similar situation. To what extent is AI a tool that can maybe sort of, do the initial mining of the data and sorting of the data, and then, with obvious human oversight, then kind of target us more towards what is that data telling us. And so I'm just curious as to what extent that's going to be useful to us moving forward.
Other questions? President.
I actually wanted to just respond really quickly and say that the Interagency Ecological Program Synthesis team is actually working on a set of integrated models of wetland food web benefits for fish. So that is, hopefully we'll get there in not too long. And while I think use of generative AI for data mining is still in its infancy, machine learning, which AI is based on, has been a really up and coming tool for a while now that it's already being applied to a lot of problems in the Delta. So I'm also excited to see where some of the more advanced tools are bringing us.
Rosie, can I ask you a follow-up question? So I've seen the use of, I think it was machine learning in some work that Jeremy Gaeta had done on basically predicting presence or absence of, I want to say, winter rodents. What are some other examples of machine learning being used in the system?
It's being used to try and predict harmful algal blooms. I think you had asked a question earlier about can we predict it all. There are several parallel efforts trying to predict harmful algal blooms, and several of them are using some machine learning techniques. Jeremy's salvage model is definitely an excellent example. Also models trying to predict salinity and water quality in ways that are much faster than running hydrodynamic models. Those are the ones I know off the top of my head, but I think there's some other examples out there as well.
Thanks. Other questions? Yes, Chris.
So I asked a question at the first panel about how they can take all this information they're collecting out in the field and communicate it to. Oh, is it better? Okay. I asked a question at the first panel about how they can take all the data they're collecting out in the field and present it to decision makers. And it looks like we have a panel of decision makers here. And so I was wondering, what do you, whether it's staff, the public, or partners you're working with, what do you wish that they came to you with when to help you make an informed decision regarding adaptive management?
It's a tough one.
I don't know that this is the answer you're looking for. My frustration in my career is the reluctance to make a recommendation based on uncertainty. And I live in a real world that I manage habitat on a daily basis. And if we don't make a decision, the sun's going to come up and the tides are going to come in tomorrow. We need to make the best informed decision. And sometimes it's a risky decision, but it's better than no decision at all. So it's this idea that how do you take the science and package it up where it can be distilled down and say there's risk to reward, but we think this is the best outcome based on what we know today. Because if you don't make a decision, that's even worse. And I take that back to the regulatory world where you have projects and you have funding and you're waiting on a permit, but the construction window is going to go away. And the regulatory process is not responsive to, we're going to delay the restoration for a year if we don't hit our target by next Thursday. So there are real world implications, so resources don't wait. So how do you package that information up so that good decisions can be made? Because somebody's going to make the decision.
So, we ask our applicants to describe their projects based on best available science, and then have an adaptive management monitoring plan where they've thought clearly through, what are their expected outcomes and how do they manage in the future. And I mean, that's really helpful, but then we have to evaluate that and determine amongst ourselves whether we make a recommendation to our board to fund based on that information that they provide. But, if it's a tidal marsh restoration project, the bigger system-wide questions about tidal marsh are sort of in there, but I don't feel like I have the most up-to-date current knowledge or the benefit of some analysis in the system about what we need to better understand for tidal marsh to then be pushing down towards projects. So it's kind of I'm not sure I'm articulating that very well, but it's the uncertainty about sort of the bigger questions about, there's a lot of questions right now about how tidal marsh affects salinity throughout the Delta. I certainly don't feel like we're up to date on that information if we're deciding whether or not to fund a tidal breaching project in some location of Delta. I think there's a host of those questions that I don't feel like that information is sort of coming to us in the right time to be really helpful.
So I think it was the 2020, whatever Bay Delta Science Conference we did totally virtually. 2021 or something like that. There was an art and science panel that really just was exploring how art and science are related, and maybe it was Rosie that was leading it, possibly. One of the artists, my memory could be failing me, his name was Obi Kaufman. And a quote from that panel that has stuck with me for forever that I think is relevant to your question is, "I don't leave people alone with the facts." And I think it was just, it stuck with me because I realized that's what I really like with scientists and managers together, is there has to be dialogue. That means that I think there's an outdated, frankly, in my opinion, outdated view that scientists don't touch policy. They are removed. They provide the facts, then they leave. That's what I think policymakers, decision makers need to talk through the facts. They need to talk about what they mean. They need to talk about, okay, thanks for your model result. What does it mean if I make this decision? Scientists aren't always comfortable and may not have the answer, but I think it's important to be able to walk through that decision process and explain the uncertainties and actually acknowledge what the risks could be. And that's a newer role for scientists, but I think really important to that closing the loop part of the adaptive management cycle.
I just want to chime in there too, and I think that I'm again hopeful that the concept of the collaboratory sort of creates the space and time where we start to do that more effectively.
How are we doing?
He's got it.
How are we done? Okay, well, let me just, any final closing thoughts, any final haikus or other quotes from Obi Kaufman? Or have we covered it all? What haven't we covered that we should have covered?
I would just follow up on, if you give the managers an outcome and say, if it doesn't work, this would be an alternative. Basically, you need to go to the next step. Is not only we're not certain, but we think this is the best option, but give some alternatives to say, if it fails or if it starts to go awry, these are the intervention points where we can reverse it and or have a better outcome. It's the process that's important, not just the decision.
I think that's also where decision science really comes in. Okay, well, please join me in giving our panel a round of applause. Really appreciate the insight and the succinctness. So now I will hand it back over to Toto.
Hey. Down a little bit. Okay, well, that was a perfect segue since we were talking about artists and art and galleries. Quick show of hands, who has been to a gallery before? Please. If you haven't gone to a gallery, you need to go to a gallery, but you can come to our gallery. Okay, I'm sure most people have been to a gallery. Most people have probably not put sticky notes on the gallery. I hope not. But that's what we're going to do today. We're going to be participating, that was also part of this panel, in identifying some of the adaptive management successes, gaps, and barriers. And I just want to introduce this activity before I let you guys leave. Introducing the gallery and then bring that up. So what is a gallery walk? Well, like I just was saying, it's a way for you guys to be interacting with each other, brainstorming. This is really an opportunity for you guys to kind of participate and also visualize some of the things that we have been talking about today, but maybe some of the things that haven't come up. So that's the motivation. The other motivation, so you'll remember our adaptive management, why I have this gallery walk. Well, the goal of this forum is to increase capacity for implementing adaptive management for ecosystem restoration, water management projects through enhanced learning, collaboration, and knowledge sharing. And that is exactly what we're trying to do. luckily, we've had all these breaks and lunch times to kind of talk to each other. But this is an opportunity for kind of structured networking and brainstorming. And in case you're wondering what we're doing with this, if we're just asking you to chat with each other, we are actually going to be using these results. Elizabeth and others have referenced this adaptive management report that is hopefully coming out in 2026, which will highlight some of the case studies that you've heard today. And so successful adaptive management in the Delta. And the motivation is obviously, we know that adaptive management is being implemented, but there's maybe not as much coordination or communication. So that's what we see as our role as adaptive management liaisons. So your input will directly go into this report. Okay, so how a gallery walk looks. So in a second, not right now, you'll look at your name tag. You have little numbers, and that is associated with posters over there, and there will be different facilitators. And each display has a question. The two questions are related to adaptive management successes and metrics, and the other one is on barriers, gaps, and opportunities. So in a minute, you'll each go to your designated station, and you'll have 10 minutes to brainstorm, write on sticky notes, talk with other people, and then after 10 minutes, our timekeeper, Stephen, will indicate that it is time for you to rotate clockwise to the next station, look at what other people have done, contribute, and then we will have some time at the end for everyone to look at all of the other responses, vote on the ones that you like with little stickies, and then we'll have a little chance to wrap up and debrief. So that's what we're just about to do. That's what it looks like. Virtual attendees, you're probably thinking, how am I supposed to participate in this? Our wonderful OPP will post in the link to the chat on how you can participate. There's a survey that you can put your feedback in. Okay, and that is all from me. So at this point, I'd like you to take a look at your name tag, see which number you're at, and we will all be standing up and going to our stations. Station 1, you will be with Henry Dubé. Henry will be at station 1. Station 2 is Morgan. Station 3 is Edmund. Station 4 is me. Station 5 is Elizabeth, and station 6 is Jonathan. Yes. Okay. Any questions before I let you guys loose? The facilitators will also be able to answer any questions. Cool. Okay. So let's move over to gallery walking.
Let's see. We're going to roll into our final panel for the day. Thanks to those of you online who stuck with us through that, and hopefully you were able to interact with the online option. Had some great conversations in the room. And we're really looking forward to rounding out, sort of thinking about the future here. All right, great. Oh, I'll find my clicker here. Okay. All right, so welcome to our final panel, which is Headlines from the Future. And we wanted to sort of end the day on this note. We've heard a lot of information, we've digested a lot of what's going on. But we really wanted us to be able to sort of think about this bigger picture, longer term. This is designed to be not prescriptive, of course, but fun. It's very hard to tell what the future will bring, but it's also important for us to be imagining what we might want to see to help move towards that outcome. And so the approach that we've taken here is the Headlines for the Future approach. And so what we've asked each of our panelists to do, and what we'll hear about from them, is to prepare a headline that they would like to see sort of defining both adaptive management and then just more generally the ecological and social condition of the Delta writ large by 2050 specifically, which sounds like a long ways away, but it's actually only about 25 years away. So in the near future here. And so what we asked them to do was really think about like big positive successes that we see here in the Delta. This weaves in with a lot of the questions that we've been seeing today. We've been really focused on the challenges of management in the moment, but all of the work that was presented today really builds on the long-term efforts of, frankly, many of you in the room, as well as a continuum of decades and decades of people working on this over time to get us where we are. So this doesn't happen accidentally. It happens because of the vision of people, of people who have been putting their minds to this over the years. And so as you're listening to these, please put on your creative hats, get ready to ask some questions of our panelists so they can explore how they were able to overcome some of the hurdles that we're thinking about to achieve the big successes. And so before we jump into the headlines themselves, I'd just like to introduce our panel. So we have Dr. Don Hankins, who is a Miwok traditional cultural practitioner, consultant, and professor and field director at California State University, Chico. His experience includes pyrogeography, sustainable water systems, conservation, planning, and indigenous stewardship, considering landscape scale, biodiversity, and resilience, informed by his cultural knowledge. He's also an accomplished artist with invited works exhibited regionally and internationally. And a focus of his contemporary works includes the depiction of themes from traditional Miwok stories and other culturally significant themes, which are naturally a reflection of the environment. So next we have Sydney Chamberlain. So Dr. Sydney Chamberlain is a project director for climate and nature-based solutions at the Nature Conservancy of California. Her work focuses on exploring policy and economic pathways to expand and accelerate the use of nature-based climate solutions with an emphasis on deltaic wetland restoration. She's also worked to explore insurance-based strategies to scale nature-based solutions in California. And prior to her role at TNC, Sydney worked as a postdoctoral scholar in physics at Penn State University. She transitioned to the climate sector after completing a year of public service as a Science and Technology Policy Fellow for California's Senate Committee on Natural Resources and Water. And last but not least, we have Morgan Chow. Morgan is an environmental program manager at the Delta Stewardship Council with over 15 years of experience in resilience and equity. As the project manager for the Council's Climate Adaptation Initiative, Delta Adapts, she leads efforts to integrate regional adaptation planning, travel perspectives, and environmental justice into the long-term management of the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. A native of the Bay Delta estuary, she's dedicated to protecting the region and the communities who depend on it. So that gives you a little bit of an idea of where our panelists are coming from today. And we are going to start off with our first headline. So this headline came from Morgan Chow. And this headline is, "The Delta is recognized as the beating heart of California. Investments in levees and communities help the region thrive." And the little blurb here is that with the Delta Stewardship Council's adoption of the Delta Adapts Adaptation Plan in 2025, the Delta finally got the statewide attention and investment that it had been lacking. Now, 25 years later, regional strategies produced in partnership with adaptation practitioners across the Delta are promptly funded through a variety of sources, including Prop 4, private foundation support, and several investors. Delta communities have been elevated as climate leaders with the help of the Council's new Community Capacity Building Grant Program and Delta Adaptation Work Group. A local nonprofit has taken over the management of the growing group, setting a model for other regions across the state and nation. At the same time, the Delta now serves as a national leader in flood management. Congress has matched funds to invest in the upgrades and maintenance of the region's levees, recognizing their value for statewide water supply, flood risk reduction, and safer Delta communities. This has spurred partnerships across the watershed to successfully implement forecast-informed reservoir operations alongside managed aquifer recharge to take advantage of floodwaters as part of the state's water supply approach. So thank you, Morgan, for providing an excellent headline and blurb. And so, yeah, it'd be great to sort of hear about what you had in mind when you were putting this together, and share a little bit more with us.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan. And it's great to be here from 2050, speaking to everyone in 2025 and just remembering how much funding was a barrier for everyone. And yeah, I think just to speak first to the council's role in being a convener in the Delta system and Delta governance, really found its stride in investing in community capacity building through a new grant program. That was done through lots of peer learning from agencies that already had been successful in community capacity building, like the Strategic Growth Council, and the Delta Adaptation Work Group, once created, really provided like the scaffolding for convening folks, talking through challenges, helping to write things like adaptive management plans, and really capitalized on interest from other sectors like nonprofit partners. The work group really functioned as something that I think was recognized a lot at the time that was needed in the Delta, and really was bottom up, tribally and community driven, and really supporting folks that really already had project ideas or needed capacity to really think about their climate futures through grants and credits and incentives for climate smart land use. So that helped us meet and exceed our Delta restoration targets for 80,000 acres. And it really also helped agriculture thrive in the Delta. And there was a lot of things that we had called for in our adaptation plan to help incentivize rice, and then multiple benefits through that, including halting land subsidence. But one example is that rice was finally adopted into the offset carbon protocol. So there was actually a lot more monetary incentives for rice and enabling farmers to continue to have viable agriculture in the Delta. And then on the flood leadership front, after many years of flood risk reduction, education, and advocacy from the council and many partners, there was finally national support for the Delta levee system, particularly through WRDA, and the value that levees provide for regional and really statewide flood risk reduction. So building on partnerships with the Department of Water Resources and others, we were really able to think holistically, finally, and watershed-wide about flood management. And then I'll just touch on the investor piece, which was great for Delta adaptation, and that we felt that adaptation plan played a role in this, but really helping to have folks statewide and nationwide see the cost of inaction and the risk of losing the Delta's multi-billion-dollar assets. The Delta Adapt's economic analysis really showed the value of investment. So learning from other models that were being done around wildfire, risk reduction, investors matched their funds and allowed for tribes and CBOs and other local governments to get funds up front rather than reimbursement for local projects, and created the first climate resilience district in the Delta. So yeah, a lot of my successes to share with you today are around sort of like the scaffolding to allow for adaptive management. So funding, investment, and really just collaboration and convening of groups that have often been left out of planning processes. Thanks.
Great. Yeah, thank you, Morgan. Thanks for putting on your 2050 hat there. Sydney or Don, anything to add to that off the bat?
Just to add that I strongly support the importance of those, and you're going to hear a little bit more about them with my headline as well.
Yeah, shared visions are always the best visions, right? Okay, great. Well, then we will go ahead and move on to Sydney's headline. So this is Delta farming communities thriving in the face of severe weather. So what is now the fifth year in a row, Delta farmers are reporting record high agricultural profits despite the continued extreme heat events, flooding and drought that are impacting agriculture across California and the US. This stability can be traced back to California's bold 2027 commitment to continuously fund nature-based solutions, such as rice cultivation and wetland restoration from the state's cap and invest revenues. Over the past 20 years, this dedicated funding has allowed Delta farmers to convert row crops to rice and manage wetland areas, reversing subsidence and leading to the creation of new wetland biomass revenue streams, and to create the Delta Grower Cooperative, which has played a central role in bolstering the Delta economy by locally supporting mill operations and farm processing needs. So thank you, 2050 Sydney. Let's hear about where you're at.
Wow, it's wild to be in 2050. Time flies. I feel like I just blinked and it was 2025. So if I look back into the 2020s, California had started the century strong with bold and ambitious climate action, and in the mid-2020s had really started to recognize the importance of nature-based climate solutions, which are the protection, restoration, and stewardship of our ecosystems as a key pillar in its climate action. And one of the state's most affordable suite of climate tools. And this is especially true in the Delta, where nature-based climate solutions like rice cultivation and wetland restoration strongly supported co-equal goals for water supplies and ecosystem protection. But funding was a huge roadblock to nature-based solutions, not just in terms of the amount of funds, but the way that we dispersed funds. And back in those days, nearly all funding for nature-based solutions like wetland restoration came from voter-approved bonds and propositions, which couldn't be used for things like ongoing stewardship, maintenance, and monitoring. By 2026, we'd hit a rough spot. It was looking dicey. We'd had a tough couple budget years in the state. Everyone was worried about hitting carbon neutrality. The world was passing climate tipping points with coral reefs, and the Delta was in the thick of it, with subsidence putting levees in the state's water supplies at risk, also making it become hard to farm in places. Then we had the Great Water Scare of 2026, where that one Delta island that shall not be named narrowly avoided a catastrophic lead breach. The Great Water Scare served as a reminder of how important Delta ecosystems are for all of California and supercharged policymakers' interest in prioritizing cost-effective solutions for the Delta. And then something amazing happened. In 2025, California had reauthorized its Cap and Invest program, formerly called Cap and Trade. And in 2027, the state achieved a record high revenue from Cap and Invest auction. This record high ended up providing revenues in excess of what the state had already allocated to other priorities. Paired with advocacy efforts from a broad coalition of NGOs, tribes, and community partners working together, this led to the passage of Assembly Bill 726 being signed into law in 2027, a bill that continuously appropriated millions of dollars annually for nature-based solutions. For the first time, California was able to not only fund implementation of nature-based solutions, but also their ongoing stewardship and monitoring, dramatically increasing the ability of land managers to adaptively manage projects for best outcomes. The continuous appropriations also reduced the barrier for less resourced organizations to undertake projects, and they supported state agencies in retaining staff over longer time windows. All these factors together reduced competition around funding and allowed for new partnerships between community-based organizations, tribes, NGOs, academia, the state, and the private sector, which led to new workforce development programs and economic opportunities. And the Delta was at the heart of it all. The Great Water Scare had really underscored how important the Delta is, and it was one of the first priorities with the new continuous appropriations. Funding was used not only to scale wetlands and rice cultivation in the Delta, but also to create new growers co-op that reduced economic barriers for farmers to convert crops to rice and wetlands, and supported science that resulted in new biomass products that further incentivized nature-based solutions in the Delta. That brings us today, where we have a thriving Delta.
Great, thank you, Sydney. Some good complementary with Morgan's vision, definitely. And yeah, I think we can just move on to Don's headline next. So, and Don put together his own headline slide layout. So thank you, Don. It looks good. Glad to see NPR is still going strong. That's why I was very hopeful into the day. So, Indigenous-led eco-cultural restoration effort achieved 50 by 50 goals for the Delta region. A collective of Indigenous entities achieved what was said to be impossible, the restoration of more than 50% of the Delta as part of the state's collaborative 50 by 50 goals. The restoration efforts have included subsidence reversal and carbon sequestration to be sustained in current rates of sea level rise and offset the state's CO2 emissions from the past century. Species once on the verge of extinction thrive again in habitats informed and actively stewarded by cultural practices.
This was a fun assignment, by the way. Like, it's really nice to think about like what the future holds and what the potential is. And I think as a vision, kind of oriented exercise, I think it's really awesome. In order to set this up and really get in this alignment, I started thinking, okay, what's in play right now and what needs to change in order to get there. And so some of the things that are laid out in this is that obviously, and I appreciate Morgan and Sydney sharing, the role of tribes in this discussion. There's a lot of really great opportunity that's there currently for setting the stage for this. But I think what needs to happen is rather than just having individual tribes at the table making decisions, is having more of a cooperative or an organization that's formed that's intertribal in nature and speaks on behalf of the Delta as a whole, rather than individual tribal governments which are voted in and out. So formation of this thing needs to come into existence that's community based. Another aspect of it, I think, is like the workforce side of it, right? So we have a need for stewardship of the lands that needs to take place. We obviously understand that there's a funding deficit that's there, but we need to prioritize that funding. The state isn't always going to have the funding, so we need to have something that's much more sustainable, that's coming in through different revenue streams from private sector investments and other forms that complements what the state itself is investing in this. I think in alignment with that stewardship workforce then is a valuation of the knowledge base that goes into active stewardship, not just as an unskilled labor, but as an informed profession. And it needs to be on par with what, like at current models, like the tech industry in the Silicon Valley is making. That's what we need to be paying for people working in these kind of positions. I think in alignment with this, and obviously why you need the workforce, is that we need to start thinking about how and really actuate around re-wetting these wetland areas and start the subsidence reversal processes. But guiding that with indigenous stewardship practices and knowledge around ecological species and how the stewardship of those species interplays with the response that we get from these re-wetted areas. Those are some pretty major things. But then the next thing is that, as we're in 2025 currently looking forward, we know we have 30 by 30, but 30 by 30 is just a target. What about 50 by 50? And so I thought, okay, what does 50 by 50 look like, and how does the Delta fit into this? And there's obviously a lot of different ways that 50 by 50 could look, but if we imagine 50% of the Delta being protected and thinking about the co-equal goals that currently exist for the region, what if 50% of the Delta was restored and stewarded in a specific way to protect the waters, protect biodiversity, and all those different aspects? And so that planning for 50 by 50, and this is a downfall, I would say, even though 30 by 30 recognizes the role of indigenous stewardship, 50 by 50, in my opinion, would be then led by indigenous peoples from the state, putting this together and saying, this is what our values are for this place, and this is how we steward for it. And that then sets the trajectory for the rest of the state in that space. The other aspects of it, I would say, is that it's really about applying the indigenous stewardship principles in these landscapes, and then realigning policies that are currently barriers to implementation, as we've heard coming throughout the day. The barriers that exist around policy, I think, from an indigenous perspective, then would need to be realigned to recognize the laws of nature, and that stewardship is not a project. It's an action, and that it is a baseline that allows for things to be on a trajectory for the change. So those are things that I would lay out for that.
Great. Well, thanks everybody. Thanks for sort of putting on those future paths to look at that. So I've got a couple questions, and then we can move on to any questions we might have from the audience. So I think, Don, actually, what you just mentioned, I think this might apply sort of across all of you, but this concept of stewardship, not as a project, but as an ongoing action. I think, as many of us in the room are aware, there are hurdles with our current, especially with funding and logistical implementation. There are some major hurdles with that, and so this sort of goes to thinking about how we get to that vision of 2050. Like, what's what could we see changing that would help us approach that sort of concept as, again, more of an ongoing activity rather than a project that we sort of check off the list, knowing that the need will grow over time too.
Yeah, I think that's a really great question. I think about the challenges that exist in, like within the state, within CEQA, and at the federal level, NEPA, the both state and federal endangered species acts. Those sets of policies were written in a time frame where they didn't recognize the role of stewardship, and that stewardship is a process within these places, and so we need to basically allow for those kinds of actions that are taking place within the landscape to not be regulated in that sense, right? And so that's I think the shift that we have to see happen there.
Yeah, that's a very pragmatic approach to that, which, yeah, is definitely helpful. City Morgan, anything to sort of add to that general topic?
I mean, I guess, thinking about reducing regulatory barriers in tandem with the way we fund these actions. So, continuous funding is one approach, but also thinking about new incentives. So things like the carbon market, which is really still pretty untested in the Delta, could prove to be really strong incentives that could then actually fund ongoing stewardship. And then I think, to me, a third part is really bringing in the private sector.
Yeah, I think all of what has been said are like some structural changes that needed to happen in 2025, and like really good points about, a lot of like the environmental policies were made in the 70s, and we just can't be afraid to go through the process to update our regulations that like set bounds for how we function. I think at the same time, just like the culture shift of, especially in the Delta, like a lot in 2025, there was a lot of things that were being put forward that were like single objective or top down, and it was a very conflict-ridden place, and just recognizing that we had to be very creative to overcome that and like think differently, especially in the government, and just like finding creative ways to facilitate those bottom-up conversations. Just requires like a big structural change. And then I think just the last structural piece is the funding. Like at the 2025 forum, people brought up the Nature Conservancy's work on the parametric insurance approach for coral reefs, and that was being done in multiple countries, but like that approach we learned can also be applied to the Delta, and like the geologic hazard abatement district example in Isleton, spread to other places, and just learning from other like innovative financing mechanisms that were working for coral reefs, that were working for wildfire, that like can also apply to the Delta for flood risk and other hazards.
Morgan's keeping us on this back in 2025, so I'll do my best to keep it going too. So one project from back in 2025 that might sort of contain some of the seeds of this collaborative work, creative funding sources, that Don and others are involved with, is the WebTract multi-benefit restoration project. I'm forgetting the full name of it. And so, Don, I'm curious maybe if you could speak a little bit to that and how some of these precepts that we're seeing that we're seeing today in 2050 we're sort of, some of the seeds were out there in 2025 starting to germinate and moving forward. Just in case anyone doesn't remember 25 years ago.
Right. Well, I think Sydney brought up some really interesting points in terms of how some of these things didn't exist, right? So thinking about the biomass reutilization side of things, like there wasn't a market for biomass coming off of any of the orchards or other crop residuals, if you will, coming out of the Delta. And so people got really creative. They visited places like Germany and Denmark and other places where like polluticulture was being implemented, and like the industries that were there, making particle board and things like that out of tules, were some of the innovations that were coming about. So it was a whole new industry that really came about in that sense. Now I'm being imaginative, right? But yeah, I think like those were some of the things that were being discussed at the time. Is like, okay, what other than rice could even be grown, right? Like, is it just rice? And people were not certain about what could potentially be there, but with a maybe warmer climate and those kinds of things in the present time, 2050, maybe there could be new crops that could be grown there that weren't anticipated in the past. So yeah, people were thinking about those kind of things.
Great. So another question along this, as we sort of think about what got us from 2025 to 2050, is what was the most surprising step that happened that was critical to this longer term success? And be creative. Yeah. What was sort of a key moment in the development that helped the headlines in the future that you've developed sort of come to fruition?
Well, we all knew that funding was going to be an issue, but actually one of the things that maybe surprised us the most was really partnerships and partnerships across different sectors. So, NGOs, the state, the private sector, tribes, communities working together, Delta farmers working together, all of us coming to the same table with very different perspectives and very different lenses on how to get things done that needed to get done, but bringing that open mind to working together, finding solutions that weren't just good for ecosystems, but also good for local economies, because it turns out that economic resilience ends up being a cornerstone of climate resilience.
Yeah, I think in 2025, there was still a lot of conflict presence in some of our discussions for Delta Adapts that were like farmers versus restoration, and just sometimes felt like there wasn't a clear pathway to like have both in the Delta. And with funding, with kind of being creative about how we talked about problems and solutions, and really convening groups where there was just a lot of long history of distrust for good reason, and getting over that, and actually just listening without telling people what the solutions were. We're able to find both and really like achieve our restoration targets, and also have a thriving agritourism industry in the Delta at the same time, where I think people didn't think that was feasible. And then I guess the other piece on funding is that, just like the feeling, the long overdue support for really like our levee system, and like national recognition that we can't abandon them, and that we needed really that influx of investment to get started.
So I would say one thing that reflecting back on that time period that changed pretty significantly was a shift in the way that people valued the Delta. So in the time period prior to, say, the late 2020s, there wasn't really a sense of appreciation for the Delta, the biodiversity that's there. Most people in the state had never even been to the Delta, other than just knowing that maybe their water had passed through it. And there was a change in recognizing that it's a biodiversity hotspot. It's a place that has cultural significance on multiple levels of the state. It's a place that also had a huge value for carbon that now we see in 2050, in this headline, right? And so the ability to be resistant and resilient really came about from some foundational research that was done and community work that was taking place in the region that really put it on the map, and then a lot more investments started coming into it.
Well, thanks, everybody, for your answers to that. So I think one thing that occurs to me across these two, and part of this has to do with the commonalities across your visions, but is also the ability, it seems like a lot of what we're ending up with in these 2025 visions thrives on identifying not the conflict between the ideas that different groups are bringing to the table, but the commonalities between them. And I think that while there certainly is a lot of conflict in the Delta system and elsewhere between different groups, I think I'm often actually struck when you really listen to folks, how much similarity there is. I think most people really want to see the Delta cared for. They don't want to see it ignored. And they might have slightly different takes or very different takes on exactly the way they want to see that. But a lot of this, I think, does come down to some of these longer term, relationships in place. And so I'm curious if folks have, thoughts for just the continued sort of promotion and really thinking of the Delta as an important place, as the Delta plan identifies sort of this aspect of the Delta as an evolving place where people live, work, recreate, and among many other things. So yeah, I'm curious if folks have reflections on maybe in that between 2025 and 2050, where in particular some of those identification of common ground where it might have seemed impossible to find that common ground. And are there any clues on the landscape in 2025 for the fact that this might be happening?
I'm going to go out on a limb here and just say that one thing that I imagine maybe changing is thinking about some of the recreational uses in the Delta that have had, historically have had more of an impact. Degradation of, say, like peat erosion in the natural islands and that sort of thing. And so maybe in in the time period, there was mapping efforts to identify places that certain type of recreation wouldn't be allowed necessarily or would be minimized. And then protections and enhancements could be installed at that point. So that's what floats in my mind as you ask that question.
That's great.
The first thing that came to mind was the Delta Heritage Area, and in 2025, a lot of Delta communities and tribes were very occupied with other regulatory changes and projects happening, and the 2030s. And with the council's community capacity building grant program, there was time and funds to really build on the existence of the Delta National Heritage Area, and fund projects like creative placemaking and art, and just building up small communities throughout the Delta that didn't have recognition or funds to really show their history and their culture. And so I think that's a big part of preserving the Delta as a place. That's exciting.
One thing that ended up being paired with that was an increased opportunity to bring different groups together that may not have ordinarily gotten together. Because it turns out that a lot of the ways that, for example, policymakers and local communities were meeting was kind of from this top-down approach based on particular policies or particular approaches. And really there became a recognition of the need for a more holistic view of the Delta. And so folks created opportunities to bring these different groups together to sort of strengthen community building and communication from groups with totally different priorities. And that laid a foundation that helped to strengthen trust or rebuild trust from periods of mistrust leading to better action.
I'll come back to it a little bit more and think about also where the tribal side of it started to fit into this, is that people started to understand the Delta's place from a tribal perspective, right? So think about the different place names that are applied to the landscape and how those places reflect species that are found in that landscape, and then also helps to guide the stewardship of those places. So when we think about places on the maps behind us here, we're looking at this map in the English terms that are used to describe them, but as more awareness of cultural connections to place and that true identity of culture coming from place, and what those indicators in those landscapes start to repopulate in the landscape. And so that was a big change, and people who were living near those places started to have festivals and activities that were supported with the tribes to do those kind of things too.
So before we move to any audience questions or comments that we might have, is there any sort of final thoughts that any of you would sort of like to share about your vision, or anyone else on this vision? It's okay if we just go.
Well, just kind of reflecting on everything that was just said, the Delta is really a cornerstone in the state. It's a really pivotal place, and we have so much potential in the Delta, not just to advance solutions there, but also to impact the way that California is handling natural resources and climate action across the state. So let's do it.
Yeah, I would say, thinking about the conversation today in terms of like the research timeframes and waiting for data and this and that, and we're all putting forth imaginations of what the future might be, but I think this also should be some license for all of us to engage in trying new things. And sometimes, like, we have to accept that we have to try something, right? And we may not have the time to do the research behind all these things, but we have to be willing to take the risk sometimes and just jump off. So I think this is a fun exercise to get us thinking about that.
Agreed.
Yeah, I would say coming from 2050 to the folks in 2025 that have lots of barriers and challenges and frustrations with adaptive management, that keep up the good work. And yeah, I think like creative visioning, like we don't always get to do that in our day to day. And yeah, like, I don't know, thinking about what you do with endless funds or, change in legislation, like sometimes it doesn't feel like the best use of your time, but it is like a nice exercise to kind of dream up what could be and then think about like the small steps to make progress in, whatever it might be, whether it's just like a new communication strategy about what adaptive management is, or breaking some silo in the project process. But yeah, it's useful.
Yeah, and so thank you for all those, and to sort of bring this back to the wheel for what might not be the final time, but almost the final time today. I think this all sort of helps us when we think about identifying the problem. That's the first step of adaptive management. And we all know that the way the problems are defined are defined by a lot of cultural and societal aspects. And so I think one of the ways that we really want to encourage this sort of more expansive thinking is for us to look to the future and think about how we could be more broadly defining the problems that we're working with. Thank you all for kind of going out on the limb with us a little bit here. And we do have time for some questions from the audience or comments if anyone does have anything they'd like to share. This corner, okay.
I just really appreciate this conversation. I think it's really fun. It's nice. It's a family talk. And just wanted to highlight what John was talking about, evaluation of workforce, because I feel like for me, as someone who does on stewardship, it's a real issue. And even just really nitty-gritty contracting and labor laws and bidding and all that stuff. It's like it's hard to find people who know what you need them to do on these habitat plans, because they have to know a lot. They have to know the ecology of the land. You really want them to know the history and all that stuff. And it's not the same as just mind-blowing. So I really think that could really shift things. We start to value people's work, and not to degrade mind-blowing. At the same time, it's like those, maybe we value all labor. Maybe labor is just as important as spaces of the mind or whatever.
Hey, I just wanted to say thanks. I think this actually is incredibly valuable exercise. And I think we need to do more of it. I think across the entire Central Valley. It reminds me, and this is more complicated than a question. I don't know if anyone here has heard of the long-term ecological research scenario. They have a thing that is called scenarios. And for instance, in the city of Arizona, they got all these different interest groups together, and they had artists there, and people just envision futures. And they did a similar thing for Frank's Tract, for planning Frank's Tract, where they got all these interested groups who normally wouldn't have participated in some sort of planning exercise like this, and they similarly created these sort of visions of the future that were, you could say they were sort of fantastical, But I kind of think like we're at this impasse now where we're so stuck in these sort of regulatory frameworks and trying to check boxes and everything is so fragmented. And people are so siloed politically and socially and culturally that I think it would have these incredible benefits that go beyond just like planning what we're doing. So I just want to say I think this is a really inspired idea, but maybe the next step is instead of having just individuals do it, we force people into groups. But I think it's good to sort of model that. Because it's really inspiring. And I think it leads to sort of the ideas that are outside of the circle and outside of the outside the box. My wife hates that. It's comforting.
I bring up anything for any of this, either of those comments?
I think it'd be fantastic to get a group together to do it.
I think there needs to be a space maybe in the Delta that becomes fully experimental in this regard. You know, it's like, okay, if we could actuate in an area, I feel this way maybe that like working with Netwater on WebTrack, you know, has kind of been the space where I can throw ideas out there that have been floating in my head for, I don't know, 30 years or so. And people are like, wow, that's really cool. We should try that, you know? And like, I'm seeing it start to happen, but I think if there were some more places like that and some of the regulatory barriers and funding barriers and things like that could be lifted off, like we could really accelerate some of these changes and recognize that sometimes they're not going to work. But hey, there's still levees that are up and around them. If the levees break, you know, maybe we just patch them and siphon the water out and start again. You know, just rebuild the sandbox a couple of times over, right?
It did remind me of the conversation that we had with Strategic Growth Council about their Boost grant program, which is all about just investing in communities to build capacity to vision. And it was like the premise behind that was basically the idea that like you can't just throw, I mean, it would be great to invest a ton in a community that is socially vulnerable or marginalized, but they wouldn't necessarily have like know exactly what to do with it for resilience if there wasn't like structure or time or resources to do the planning ahead of time. So yeah, just reminding me of that. And like the purpose of our future, hopefully capacity building grant program is that just recognize that you need to dedicate time and resources to that visioning. And if you don't, like if it's not built into your day-to-day, then it can't necessarily happen, but that it is really important.
Great. Well, in the interest of our immediate future, zooming back in, time machine back from 2050 to the next 5 or so minutes. First of all, just like to extend a thank you to the panel for putting the time in. Really appreciate it. This is kind of the kernel of that. I'm just going to share a few very brief closing thoughts, and then do just want to point everybody, we do have a handful of posters over here, so we've kind of just blocked off the last little bit of the day-to-day for you to check out the posters. The abstracts for the posters are in the agenda that's printed out as well, so please do go find them and talk to folks who have the posters up. Really cool stuff that's directly related to adaptive management across a bunch of different topics. So highly recommend spending a little while talking to folks over there. And so just a few closing thoughts here. The first is that, so, you know, at the beginning of the day, we somewhat ominously alluded to how often you'd be seeing the adaptive management wheel. I think if our success criteria was showing the adaptive management wheel today, we would be going with flying colors. Although I really like Stacey's adaptive management roller coaster, we're going to start using that one for sure. So by a show of hands, how many times do we think that the adaptive management wheel was shown on the slides today? We actually have the data for this. So does anyone, so do folks think like between 20 and 30 times shown on slides? Raise your hands. A couple votes for 20 or 30 times. Okay, between 30 and 40. And most folks think between 30 and 40, 40 and 50. I think I'm seeing some double hands here as people start to between 50 and 60. Okay, we're dropping off between 60 and 70. Awesome. Melissa is our winner, so we went and counted, and you saw the adaptive management wheel no less than 67 times today. So we want to really thank our presenters for this. But you know, this is funny, and it's something that obviously comes up in our work a lot. But also coming back to Stacy's presentation earlier today, one of the key things is that this is only one way of conceptualizing adaptive management. This is what we happen to be working with in the Delta Plan, but a big theme that we heard throughout the presentations today is that it looks really different depending on where, when, and how you're doing it, depending on who's involved and all of those things. That said, it can be really helpful for us to draw commonalities across projects with some shared frameworks like that. And so that's one of the reasons why, you know, we sort of found it helpful as a way to organize people thinking about their projects. And so thanks for putting up with seeing it so many times today. It's probably burned into your brain. We might still have a few stickers left. So if you ever want to see it again, feel free to find the sticker on our sign-in sheet. A lot of the things that I had sort of flagged as follow-up, sort of closing notes also came up on our last panel here. And one of the things I really want to come back to is the progress that's been made, and how actually when we think about these visions for 2050, it's important for us to look at the system now and actually think about all the ways in which we are starting little bits of this. The idea of a comprehensive monitoring program, like we have the fish restoration program, tidal wetlands. This is a huge achievement that's going to be an incredible resource for future implementation of restoration projects. It's going to be a really important step. The work that's gone into the subsidence reversal projects over time that have really taken us from pilot stage way back in the 1990s to full-scale multi-thousand acre implementation now. You don't get these successes without this sort of overlap between science and management that helps us bring these projects forward in a responsible way, understanding that there's always going to be uncertainty involved. You know, a lot of the work now across projects actually is the business of scaling up. How do we reach scale at these projects, and how do we do that in a way that minimizes unintended consequences that we might have? It's another sort of theme that we saw across things today. And you know, another theme that came up in this final panel especially, but is how, you know, we continue to build awareness around the Delta for how important the Delta is to the entire state of California. I think most of us in the room would probably agree that it's underappreciated. I grew up in Southern California. I had no idea that the water I was drinking when I was growing up came from the Delta here. And to this day, many people I speak to don't know that. And so I think the promise of the National Heritage Area National Heritage Area rather, that I think Morgan spoke to, that's being spearheaded and overseen by the Delta Protection Commission. These sorts of efforts that can just continue to let people know that the Delta's here, let people know why the Delta is important, and give people avenues by which they can directly engage with the Delta is going to be a way that we can continue to sort of bring funds in where the funding actually matches the importance of what the region provides for the entire state. And the way we do this, of course, you know, there's many ways of this, but this also depends on, you know, what Molly just mentioned in her comment and others have mentioned is the know-how and the training to make sure that there's the workforce that can move all of this forward over time. Our team has mentioned it a few times. One of the things that we're working on that will sort of include a summation of the forum today, in addition to other reviews of adaptive management in the system, we're working on a larger report to identify this. So if this is useful in your work, you'll have something that you can point to that sort of draws some of the parallels across projects and looks at adaptive management at the system scale. And then for those of you who are joining us at Lookout SLU tomorrow, we're really looking forward to getting out there to seeing you know, what a large scale project looks like and how adaptive management is being tackled there across groups. And so with that, just want to thank you all so much for attending. Thank all of our online participants. I think I looked a couple times and we have between 60 and 70 online participants at any given time, and a lot of you in the room. And of course, we are sorely missing our federal partners today, but we're looking forward to having them back in the next iteration of the conversation here. So please check out the posters and enjoy your evening.